Good evening, and welcome to the NFL Draft.
This is Seattle's sports presentation of the NFL Draft. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. Your reaction to every Seahawks pick, streaming on the Seattle Sports app.
Welcome, everybody. Day 2 of the 2023 NFL Draft taking place right here, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com. Bob Stelton with you, along with Michael Bumpus to my left and Dave Wyman getting situated to my right. We're going to take you through all of the action happening tonight, and the Steelers are first on the clock. And Bump, before we get into what's going to happen here, just give me a quick reaction to last night. It was interesting to read reactions on social media, and I think a lot of people were surprised by the positions they went after, not the guys. The guys were technically the best at those particular spots, cornerback and wide receiver. But what was your reaction when you heard cornerback with the first with Witherspoon going first?
You got a dog, right?
I do.
You know when your dog looks at you and you're kind of confused, they tilt their head to the side a little bit. That's kind of what I did. I go, I understand. Like Witherspoon is a baller.
Yeah,
I get it, but I thought they would attack the interior line like everyone else would, defensive line, and I thought Jalen Carter was going to be the guy. Then I thought Jalen must have just bombed during his interview. There must be some stuff that we don't know about, and the Hawks were like, we're not comfortable making this pick. So then what do? You go after the best available player, and that's exactly what they did. So once I calmed down, because then I have to get in front of people and talk and all that stuff, and I start thinking about the defense and how he makes them better, I go, okay, that makes sense. But initially, I gave the dog look. You took your head to the side, like, what's going on here?
Well, there was that, and then in Jigba's, I don't think was as much of a reach, because all the mock drafts we were reading, if you're somebody that were following along that, and Dave and I talked a lot about those, at 20, you saw Jigba's name attached to the Seahawks quite often. So I guess it wasn't that surprising, but still, wide receiver and cornerback, you're going, I thought they would go trenches, but I guess it's them sticking to their philosophy of best available.
Yeah, I didn't come around to Njigba until about 2 days before the draft. At first, I'm like, they got to go defense, right? The defense, if they were just 10% better than they were last year, you can be in a better position. But then I think about, okay, this offense, what are they missing? A true number 3 receiver. Goodwin did good for this team last year. Over 400 yards, about 4 or 5 touchdowns, some clutch catches. But I'm like, all right, you can find a number 3. Maybe D. Eskridge. I know people are down on D, and I'm starting to get down on him as well. But I didn't come around into receiver until about 2 days prior, and then I go, okay, it all makes sense. You need a slot guy, because Njigba is a slot guy. He's not a burner. You watch his highlights. He's not a guy who's just going to run by you. He's got to set you up. He's got to move you. Perfect for the slot. So that made sense. Number 5, scratched my head a bit, but then I came around to it. Number 20, I was fine with it.
Now, Dave, you've had about 24 hours, a little less, to reflect on what they did yesterday. Has your opinion changed at all?
No, it's funny. I was listening to the promos on our station, and I was like, yeah, so we need interior offensive linemen and D linemen, and we took a corner and a receiver. I was like,
you sounded disappointed.
Yeah, exactly, which I was not. I mean, look, you address defense. Look, they can either run it or throw it, and they addressed the pass defense, and I think that's what made everybody uneasy, is because for me, especially, the run defense is what's been a huge problem this last year, especially. They could not get that figured out. So you wanted, you secretly wanted not even secretly, you wanted a solution at that. And, look, Jalen Carter was that guy. But again, I think that must have gone poorly. And I think that it's gone poorly for a couple of reasons. There's a lot more to consider now when I think personality is more in play than ever. But there's good and bad. And the reason why I say that is because the NIL money.
Yeah.
That, these guys already have a truckload of money, compared to, for somebody like me even. I mean, look, my parents were middle class, and they sent me $20 once a month when I was in college, but you never had any money or anything. But Bryce Young, he's gotten a ton of money, right? And he's handled it, and he's been very good. So I don't know. There's something about Jalen Carter, and I don't want to trash the kid. I'm absolutely rooting for him, and I hope everybody that gets drafted makes it in the NFL, because it's a fantastic life. But I felt like there was something there that they decided to go stay away from that. But yeah, you got a guy. At least he's a really good run player. I mean, this guy's a hitter,
Yeah.
Devin Weatherspoon.
He
So
looks very physical on the highlights we
yeah,
watch. But
yep.
it
And then Jigba, like Bump said, that wasn't a big surprise. And you said the mock drafts. Well, a lot of people go, well, who cares what the mock drafts, what they're doing? But they're getting lots of information and lots of feedback from the
well,
teams.
plus, if you're somebody like us who are looking at all these things, you kind of get used to the idea once you keep reading it, like, okay, here's CBS, here's NBC, here's Fox Sports, here's NFL.com, here's ESPN, and they all have something similar. Whether it's Jalen Carter at 5 or in Jigba at 20, you just kind of come to terms with it after you see it so often. It didn't feel that shocking. And as far as Jalen Carter goes, it's not just the Seahawks who didn't hear what they wanted to hear.
Yeah.
Because there were teams in front of him, teams behind him that needed the same help on defense, and he was available. The Lions were thought to take him. They moved out, traded with the Cardinals, who were thought to be in the market for somebody like that. They go with an offensive lineman, and then the Raiders. You're like, okay, this is a Raiders guy. They need that help as well. They go with Tyree Wilson instead. So it wasn't just the Seahawks and everybody else was clamoring for the guy. He slipped through a few different teams that had the same need.
The worst part about that, where'd he go?
Eagles.
Come on now. Like, as soon as you think you're gaining some ground on the Eagles because Hargrave goes to the 49ers and then they pick up Jalen Carter. Then I was talking to NASA Chobe and G. Scott yesterday, and we go, the leadership over there should keep or gives Jalen the biggest opportunity to stay in line. I'm not saying the leadership here wouldn't have been the same, but there's something about Philly and that organization to where it's like, all right, you got a bunch of your former teammates on that team. You got leadership like Fletcher Cox over there. Maybe they felt like they can corral this young man and keep him in line because with all the stuff that's surrounding him, he needs that veteran. Everyone needs veteran leadership, but a guy like him needs a bit more than probably the average guy.
Yeah, and they drafted his teammate with their second pick, Nolan Smith. So I'm sure that helps, and Brock was very high on him as well. So defensively, if he can mature and whatever his issues are, whether it's practice or a sense of entitlement, whatever is ailing Jalen Carter, if he can play up to the potential that everybody saw on tape, Philadelphia is scary on defense, man. That is scary. And we'll see what the Seahawks do. It's just interesting to sort of digest it for a night and think about it. And, reading on Twitter, I'm sure you saw the responses. A lot of people upset, oh, they blew it. Oh, I get it. You need interior help on both sides, so you go cornerback and receiver. It makes perfect sense. And, boy, they finally get a top 5 pick and they blow it. And thinking, hey, man, if you're in Pete and John, I trust. That's the mantra. Pete and John, I trust, except when you pick somebody that I don't like.
That's what I relied on. Honestly, I did. And then I got Paul Moyer texting me right now. And then last night, you just with the best player that's on the board. Okay, Paul Moyer, I get it. But I look at this defense and I say, there's no Al Woods. Bonet is no longer there. Josh Jacobs, 80-yard touchdown to seal the game.
So I'm
thinking naturally you fill that void. But at the end of the day, did they get better? They took the best DB out there. They took the best receiver out there. So, in Pete and John, I trust. I'm good.
Yeah, I was saying this yesterday too. If they get the front cleaned up, you mentioned the Josh Jacobs touchdown in overtime.
That was a rough night.
It was like 85 yards or something.
Yeah, I think he ran for over 200 and he came in with a calf injury.
So I think I did a football 101 thing on that where there was 2 linemen and there was 2 linebackers and then there was two linemen with a double team on one side and 2 linemen on the other side. One of them's coming up to the linebacker, and nobody was attacking the line of scrimmage. So there's something that they can get fixed there. I mean, and that doesn't even have to do, it's not like Jalen Carter is going to play through that problem.
Right.
That problem was there. They got it fixed. And, and for a good amount of time, that 4-game streak, they were really stopping the run well. But like that's something I feel like they can fix just by, okay, we're going to make this adjustment. We don't know what kind of front they're going to be running, if it's going to be the same thing they did last year. Is it going to look like that bear front, or is it going to be something that looks more like what Pete's used to? Hopefully, they get that fixed, and I think that will be a huge difference because even Jalen Carter couldn't sit there and consistently 2-gap and figure out what side. I mean, that timing was still going to be slowed down.
So the second round is now officially underway with the Pittsburgh Steelers on the clock. Seahawks have 8 picks remaining, so they still have plenty of time and room and picks to work with to address the remaining issues, which we talked a lot about last night. We'll see how much activity happens in this round. It's 7 minutes between each pick, so a little bit less time. This is typically you've got people like Will Levis sitting out there, Hendon Hooker sitting out there, so maybe we're going to see more activity in the way of trades. We'll see what goes on, but as it sits right now, without any trades going on, you got the Steelers, followed by the Cardinals, followed by the Lions, the Colts, the Rams, and then the Seahawks with the 6th pick coming up in this second round. So we'll see if they address the trenches right out of the gate. That'll be a
Oh, the Rams get a pick?
They finally get a pick, the
Holy
5th
moly.
pick in the second round.
It's been like 3 years or something since they've had a draft choice.
Yeah, and they're in salary cap hell trying to figure out what they're doing, and everybody they spent all their money on is leaving. So yeah, the Rams feel like again, much like last year, went into it going, this feels like it's the 49ers and the Seahawks.
Yeah.
Cardinals, they got a new GM, they got a new head coach. We'll see if they get it figured out. Is Kyler Murray going to be petulant, or is he going to be Kyler Murray? Who knows what's going to happen there? But it just feels like there are problems with the Rams and the Cardinals, and this is an opportunity for the Seahawks to really take that next step, and it hopefully comes at the expense of those two teams. So we'll keep you up to date on everything going on. Again, the Steelers have the first pick of the second round. They are currently on the clock. We'll come back, let you know what's happening with that as we continue with our coverage of the 2023 NFL Draft right here. We got Michael Bumpus, Dave Wyman, Bob Stelton with you, Seattle Sports on 710.
You're listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You're listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You're listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You're listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You are listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You're listening to the 2023 NFL Draft. Your reaction to every Seahawks pick on Seattle Sports and streaming live on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union.
The 2023 NFL Draft continues, round 2 underway. The Steelers are on the clock, about to make their selection as they've got the first pick, and it is a cornerback, Joey Porter Jr., somebody we're spending a lot of time talking about last night.
Little history there.
Yeah,
his
dad
father
played
playing
there.
for Pittsburgh. Yeah,
Interesting that he's a cornerback. His dad, he was a linebacker, right?
Yeah, he was a tough guy too, man. I remember
Some nastiness to him.
he did, and I remember before Super Bowl 40, he cheesed off. I don't want to say the word. Walter Jones. I remember Walter Jones like, oh, I'm going to show him, because he was talking some mess before that, and yeah, he was one of those guys that would kind of get under your skin, but he was a dog. Joey Porter was, so
Definitely.
And I heard somebody, I can't remember, I think it was Pioli on NFL Network, that was saying that that Joey Porter Jr. is going to be the steal of the draft. So we'll see.
Well, cornerback, and there was a run of them last night. Bump, I don't know. Which did you study a position group more than another? Did you look at were you like locked in on interior linemen, or were you locked in on linebackers? What was your approach?
I try to spread the love, you
Yeah.
know, because we're gonna have to talk about somebody other than just what the Seahawks need. But no, I took a look at the corners. I loved Witherspoon. I just didn't think the Hawks were going to grab him. Gonzalez, obviously, from Oregon. I spent a lot of time watching him. Joey Porter was the interesting one because they kept talking about his length, right? He's 6'3", he has long arms, he plays violent. I thought maybe he would go in the first round, but then it just comes down to preference, right? Each team is like, what type of corner do I need? What type of player do I need? But no, Joey can play, man. And because, is 6'3"? Pops was a big boy. That's mom effect right there. Her genetics took over and made him a corner right there. That's
leaned him out a little bit.
Yeah.
It's I mean, he's a guy you heard a lot about. So Steelers go cornerback now. The Cardinals are on the clock with about 3 minutes to go, and
They're going to screw it up.
I was just going to say we always look for them to screw it up. So maybe they'll go with another left tackle. They took one in the first round. Maybe they'll just go for another.
Hey, you know, with the new ownership with the Commanders, do you think, does Arizona kind of take over as the clown show,
The buffoonery.
buffoon show in the NFL?
They're
Maybe.
in the running.
They had some weird stuff going on in their offseason. That's for sure.
Yeah. There's a lot of bad going on with that organization. So I don't know. It's
I would like that.
Well, and it seemed like their first pick was questionable. Just even with Brock, he was talking about, the tackle. They moved up, they traded out, then they moved back to that spot, and they go left tackle, which in Brock wasn't over the top about. Who was it? Paris. Yeah. It wasn't over the top about him. So I don't know how much input the owner has, or if he lets the football people make the football decisions. But yeah, I'm with you, Dave. I sort of count on them to make a pick here where we kind of look at each other and go, huh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, and it's kind of, I mean, look, they may have thought he was the best player there, but it's kind of a sign that that's an investment in your quarterback, right?
Yeah.
Well, who's your quarterback?
Kyler Murray.
We think. Yeah, I mean, look, that was a guy who, I don't know. I mean, he was part of the whole show there. I thought that the guy's just not a great leader, and supposedly was forced to study in his off hours, and so that was put in his contract. So yeah, I thought that was kind of a weird one all the way around.
Yeah, I feel like that's a guy, Bump, that we were right about judging the book by its cover on some level. You sort of watched him and you saw how he interacted and how he responded, especially when things are going bad. That's, to me, is always the tell is, all right, is he up? Is he talking? Or is he sitting off by himself with a towel on his head? He was that guy that would seem to be off. And now you hear former teammates coming out and saying things about him.
I have 3 kids. I have one kid who has the worst body language. I'm not going to put him out there because I love my babies, right? And, I mean, whatever's going on with him, you could tell right away what's going on. I was telling him, like, you have to compose yourself. Like, keep your stuff together. Don't let people know what's going on. And he's just a kid.
Yeah.
Imagine being a grown man on national television and something goes wrong and you're throwing fits. And think about how that affects your teammates. He might be a great player, didn't lose hardly any games in high school, 3 or 4 times state champion. He's the only player to be drafted, top 10 in baseball and football. He has all these things going for him, and maybe that hurt him a bit in the long run because he's used to things going his way. If he can fix that, there's no denying he's a good football player, right? If he can fix his attitude and study and get his teammates to believe in him, they could be good. So that's what I'm looking forward to see, how much he changes as a man this offseason.
To me, that's the most damning thing, though. He said the word study. We heard about that new deal, that there was the clause that was put in there. It became public that if you got to write something into your contract that says you got to spend X amount of time looking at film, and that's your leader.
Yeah, I feel like there's certain things. I've been paying pretty close attention to the draft since 1987, and I just remember Ryan Leaf. I'll never forget, and I wasn't even paying attention to football at that time, and I saw him interviewed, and my wife was sitting there, and I was like, that guy's never going to make it in the NFL. And, I just feel like there's certain things that you can see, that you identify. There was a couple of things with Jalen Carter where I just looked at the look on his face, and there was just something there. I don't know, and it was just kind of an instinct. As you said, Bob, apparently the interviews didn't go well, but and I get that same vibe from Kyler Murray. It just doesn't. It's just not there. I don't see a guy. Bryce Young, on the other hand, everything I saw from that kid was he is fantastic. We also heard about he made a really good amount of money on that whole Dr. Pepper campaign.
Yeah.
And he's handling it really
it.
well. Handling it really well.
By the way, the Titans traded up with the Cardinals. Cardinals were on the clock with the second overall pick in the second round, and they've traded with the Titans, so the Titans move up. Maybe for Will Levis. There was a thought that they would like him in the first round, so we'll see what happens here. But Levis, as we sit right now, is still hanging out there. They've got Tannehill, who didn't blow anybody's skirt up, as you like to say, Dave, last year, and certainly not a guy you're looking at as a long-term solution. So we'll see as Roger Goodell making the announcement now with the Titans pick, number 33 overall. So the Cardinals trade out of that spot. So tough to say they screwed it up at this point.
How crazy is that?
Will Levis.
Yeah, they got
there we go.
They got him. They just drafted Malik. Was that last year? So they saw enough in 1 year. It's so hard to be a quarterback in this league. You got 1, maybe 2 years to try to impress people. They're like, nope, on to the next. And this might work out for them. But I just think about it, man. Just QBs have no room for error.
Look at Zach Wilson. That's
Yeah,
a top 5 pick, and
The Jets. Yeah.
we don't even mention his name now.
Right.
I mean, they did everything they did to get Aaron Rodgers and spent everything they spent to get him there in the way of draft capital and
Well,
what
and I
they're going to
know-
have to pay him to be there. And you've got this guy who's a top 5 pick, and you've already essentially pulled the plug on it and said, nope, he's a miss.
Well, and I know that Trey Lance got hurt, but I felt like that if he would have been healthy, they still would have put our boy Brock Purdy in there.
Think so.
Yeah, it's just like you said, you pull the trigger pretty quickly. And all right, well, let's just move on from our mistake. That was a big one for San Francisco. I mean, the Jets, at least they didn't trade away a bunch of draft capital. They just had a high pick there. And when they took Zach Wilson, but yeah, it's nice to not have to worry about that. And I felt pretty confident they weren't going to take a quarterback just because. Yeah, we talked about this yesterday. Bump, we had Schneider on the show, and he came down the day that they signed Drew Lock. He was super fired up and excited about that. Yeah. So, and then you got Geno going. So it's nice not having to worry about that anyway.
But you feel like they're going to grab a quarterback in this draft, right? That I don't know if it'll be in the second, third round, fifth round. You figure they're going to grab somebody, don't you?
I haven't really settled on that. Alex Magoo was what, a 7th rounder?
7th rounder.
I mean, if it's somebody like that, yeah, maybe. I mean, if they see a guy. Stacy was asking me today about, okay, they drafted best player, but now you're kind of filling in your roster. Do you kind of look what we talked about, push players? And I told her that was a pretty good question, but ultimately, I didn't say great question.
Wasn't a great one.
No, you said great. I was listening.
I
said great.
Did I?
Yes, you did.
Now she
man.
marks it.
And she's gonna put she can put like 4 or 5 marks on there. But
Bump will have to keep her in check.
But no, I think he sticks to his plan. I think Schneider is very committed to that it's best player available.
You made a good point during that interview, too. You said this is Schneider's 30th draft. I mean, man, you've done anything 30 times. you're going to pick up on some things on what to do and what not to do. And I think that number 5 pick is the perfect example of that. He goes, forget what everyone thinks we're going to do, forget what our roster says we should do. We're going to get a guy that we think can help us right now.
Well, and he was very sure about. I brought this up like 4 times, but when he said, "I wish it was a speed draft," where it was just like boom, 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 because he knows exactly what he wants. He's got the whole thing mapped out. It's his 14th as a GM, so yeah. I mean, I guess you do it that many times. You mentioned the 30 as well. You see lots of mistakes. The other thing I like about John is that that he has his little notebook that it's like a journal. I called it a diary one time, and he didn't like that. But yeah, I mean that's something that you remember. Okay, this is kind of like that. You can refer back to, because there are certain things that don't change, And seeing a football player, and this is where I always bring up the fact that you got this is a game that will put you to the test, and so certain personalities don't make it in the NFL.
And yeah, it's absolutely true. The pick is in for the Detroit Lions. They go tight end out of Iowa. Sam Laporta is their pick. So the Colts are on the clock. They'll be followed by the Rams and then the Seattle Seahawks with their very first pick of the second round. We're going to keep you rolling through the second round and the third round of the 2023 NFL Draft. We are live at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Bob Stelton, Dave Wyman, Michael Bumpus taking you through the evening right here. Seattle Sports on 710.
You're listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Screaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You are listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Screaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You're listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Screaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You're listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Screaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You're listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Screaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You are listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You're listening to the 2023 NFL Draft. Hear reaction to every Seahawks pick on Seattle Sports and streaming live on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union.
We are live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Bob Stelton, Dave Wyman, Michael Bumpus with you, taking you through day 2 of the NFL Draft, and already a bunch of action, guys, early in this. Couple of trades. The Las Vegas Raiders traded up with the Colts for the 4th pick in the 2nd round, and they go tight end. Michael Mayer out of Notre Dame. Tight end going back-to-back. The Lions go with Sam Laporta, tight end out of Iowa, and now the Raiders trade up to get a tight end. So there you go, back-to-back tight ends. You've got the Rams are on the clock with their 1st pick of this draft, and maybe they could screw it up. That'd be fun. And then the Seahawks. So we were talking during the break, though. Seahawks picks coming up. Maybe this is where they get active. Maybe they start trading back. Who knows? But there are some players out there that, Bump, you've looked at and said, boy, I would love any of these names that are still hanging out there to be wearing a Seahawks uniform. Who are they?
One of these guys I know that Wyman likes because I heard him on the Bump and Stacy show today. Osiris out of, where is he out of?
Florida.
Out of Florida. Really like this dude. He gave Jalen Carter some fits, man. He has big hands. And I saw the film and I go, he can move mountains with those hands, man. This dude is just strong, man. He's a tackle.
Okay.
Torres?
Yeah, he's a guard. I'm sorry, he's a guard. You're right, correct. Good lateral movement for his size. He's a stout player. He plays big, but his pad level is still down. And the only knock I saw with him, Dave, is that he gets to that 2nd level and he tends like to lunge a little bit instead of just try to control the guy. But sometimes when you get to that 2nd and 3rd level and you got that big body, all you need to do is lunge, and guys are going to try to run around you. So I really like him. I know that you liked him as well.
Yeah, you know what stood out to me on that one, Bump, was that I was watching Anthony Richardson tape, and all of a sudden I'm like, who's the right guard? Who's 54? And yeah, he was turning people and everything. So yeah, I like him, but I've seen him like all over the place. Some people had him, the Giants taking him at 23. I saw someone had him in the 3rd round. So yeah, I did like him. I thought he really stood out. You know, you mentioned the lunge thing. I saw Witherspoon was looking at some stuff on him last night, and he, you know, just watching a game, and he had like a lunged missed tackle. You know, those are the things you got to clean up at the next level. Like, you can get away with that in college. And I've said this before about the fact that when you get to the NFL, like everything, if you're getting drafted and you're making it into the NFL in general, everything has worked for you. There's very little correcting, right? Because it's getting it done. Like whatever you're doing in college, if you're an All-American or whatever, you're getting it done. You get to the NFL, like that doesn't fly here. So, I mean, that's a great example of, you know, that lunging. Same thing with Witherspoon, just taking a shot. He was trying to get the master blaster shot, you know, instead of wrapping up. You can't always get the big hit, you know. So that's something I think I know I went through that too. That, you know, that's not going to work at the next level. So those are things that need to be cleaned up. I think also when you look at a player, there should always be criticism. I mean, there should be. I mean, you look at a highlight film, and I've looked at a lot of highlight films, but there's a lot of times where I'm like, nobody blocked him on that, or he didn't come very tight there. Or that's not going to work at the next level. So, but you know, look, that's the natural progression. Those guys will learn those things, and you know, that's just all about good coaching at the next level.
Well, the highlight films for me are so deceiving because they're clipped together of their best moments. So at the end of it, you're like, this guy's going to be in the Hall of Fame. This guy's one of the best players I've ever seen. It's very deceiving because you're not seeing their weaknesses. You're not seeing.
Not me. Because I look at who was it? Alex Collins. Remember his tape? I remember looking at it, I go, who is that dude trying to tackle him? What kind of tackle is that? I mean, it looked like this great spin move, and the guy was like lunging and, you know, looked like he was blindfolded. So, yeah, there's always something to, I mean, I think you can see the things that work. The other thing is that, you know, a lot of those guys, I mean, you beat somebody in college. Not everybody's going to the pros.
Nah.
You know, some of those guys are going to be working at Home Depot, Bob.
That's what I hear. That seems to be the destination for those that don't make it to the NFL. They work at home.
I used to say Merrill Lynch. Depends if it's Ivy League guys, Stanford maybe. I'll go, yeah, he'll probably be working at Merrill Lynch. All the other guys, SEC,
Yeah.
I go Home Depot.
Home Depot.
Wazoo guys, I go Enterprise.
I'm just kidding.
It's all love. It's all love.
The Rams are making their selection here, and then the Seahawks will be on the clock. By the way, they just showed the Rams. They called it the Draft House in Tarzana, California. Some big giant mansion that's all decked out. I don't know who owns it or what that's about. That's pretty impressive looking, though. They didn't show anybody in there. It was empty, but
That's LA for you.
they got Torrey Holt making the announcement for the Rams, who's got some of the more jacked up fingers. See that finger holding the card there, Dave? Look at how it's pointing.
Just cut it off.
Oh, I like this dude. TCU.
Steve Avila,
Yes.
guard out of TCU, headed to the Los Angeles Rams. He was one of your guys on your list.
One of my guys, 6'4", 332, strong player, decent feet. He has room to improve with his feet. He played guard and he played center, so if you need him to move around, he can do exactly that. Has good balance, has the tendency to play a bit high, but again, like Dave mentioned, sometimes the competition you're going up against, you don't have to be technically perfect because you're just that much better than these guys. But no, he was one of the 3 guards that I wanted here in Seattle.
I tend to I didn't look at him. I looked at Tippmann instead at center because Big Ray's words always kind of ring in my ear that you want a guy that's a PhD at center.
Right.
The guard center thing, it kind of takes me back to Tom Cable, who I love. Tom Cable's a good coach, obviously, for a long time in the NFL. But, he had his whole theory was I'll take a D lineman and turn him into an offensive lineman. And, Ray always made the point. Looks like the Seahawk pick is in.
Yeah, they did the opposite of what they did last night, which was drain every minute out of the clock that they had to work with last night. They took both picks down to the wire. This one is in immediately, so they've got a conviction about whoever this is. What do you think? Do they address the trenches here? Is there an obvious guy bump on your list, or Dave, in your mind, that you feel like, all right, this is the wise pick here at 37?
I think they go trenches. My guy that I like out of Baylor, I'm going to jack his name up, Siaki Ika, 6'3", 335 pounds. He's not a pass rusher. He's not going to get to the quarterback consistently, but what he's going to do, he's going to take on double teams, and he is going to stop the run. That's my guy. That's who I wanted them to take.
Dave, what do you think?
Pete looks pretty fired up. I think it's a defensive player. Yeah, I would say maybe D-line here. That would be interesting.
Watch him go tight end, make it 3 tight ends in a row.
Yeah.
Taking the last 2 picks have been tight ends, but the commissioner up there making the announcement now for the Seahawks, and they are going with edge rusher Derek Hall out of Auburn, 6'2" 3/4", 254 pounds, long and explosive power rusher, struggled versus top offensive tackles is the review on him from the screen. What was he on your list?
He was not on my list. I didn't look into edge rushers heavily because I felt pretty good about where these guys are. I think DT took a step. I think Uchenna Nwosu will be there. Boya Mafe is going to develop as well. Dave, when you see this pick, does it make you think that they think Jaron Reed can play that interior lineman position?
Yeah, I do. And I think that who's our guy from Denver? Jeez, we got so many names bouncing around. I'm sorry?
Draymond Jones.
Yeah, Draymond Jones. I think, that they really like him, too, and they feel like that he can do that job. But, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't have been mad at him if they picked your guy, a big guy that can clog up the middle. But, yeah, there's not Mr. and Mrs. Seahawk. What's that guy's name? We got lots of Seahawk fans down there.
You're supposed to golf with him.
That guy's a pilot.
Yeah.
The guy that wears the big ring, Seahawk ring on his head.
Colts keep trading. They were set to pick behind the Seahawks here, and they've traded with the Falcons, who are now on the clock. So the Falcons trade with the Colts. Colts get the 44th overall pick, and they get a 4th-round pick, which will be number 110 overall, and that moves the Falcons up to number 38, and they're on the clock as we speak. So the Seahawks, they address the defense. They really don't address the run yet, though. You could argue with this move. You got an edge rusher, which certainly helps. And we forget about the guys they bring in the offseason, and Jaron Reed, a guy everybody's familiar with, Draymond Jones. We don't know what they have in him, but obviously the contract says they've got some belief in who he's going to be for this team. So they go edge rusher here, which to me says their philosophy doesn't change regardless of the round, first round, second round. Best guy available on their board, they got him right there.
Yeah, it's interesting because there is a number of edge rushers that you've seen all the names, but I have not seen his.
I haven't either.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting, but that's a Seahawk pick right there, Derek Hall, Auburn guy. I was looking at. He's kind of a tweener, the size. That's kind of what my complaint was with Will Anderson. I mean, Will Anderson's obviously a great football player, but he's what 6'2", 250.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I guess I would rather see a guy with a little bit more size for their defensive line. I feel like they have pass rushers like you mentioned, Bump. Nwosu, he's just not very flashy and fancy, but he gets it done.
Yeah. And is Taylor going to take the next step? Is he going to become a consistent force out there?
I hope that Darrell Taylor is more reliable in the run game, and possibly dropping back into pass, get better at that. I feel like he's really got one thing that he does really well, and that's rush the passer.
Maybe that's why they get a guy like Derek Hall.
Yeah.
To say, look, when obvious passing downs, you throw DT in there, and then give Derek Hall a chance on short yardage stuff.
Yeah, I don't. It's interesting because you're right. It's a name we haven't heard, right? There are certain names you hear or read, I should say, over and over and over through all the mock drafts we've gone to, or just best at this position, best in this group, and that's not one we'd heard a lot of. I had not heard Derek Hall's name mentioned much. Certainly not this high. As the Falcons take a tackle, Matthew Bergeron out of Syracuse.
Hey,
Lefko gives a little fist bump.
Lefko's many teams that he roots for. He did happen to go to college there. Getting back to Derek Hall, he's produced. I mean, he played all 4 years, and I think there's something to that. I know Brock was big on the production and things like that, just having played a lot of years. That's kind of the complaint I had about Will Levis. He just didn't really produce. But 29.5 tackles for loss, 19.5 sacks in 4 years. 1 interception, so it's not like he's dropping back into coverage a ton. He's got 5 forced fumbles, so hopefully he can get with Cliff Averill at, sack 360, his place?
I think that's what he calls it.
Yeah. And that was the all-timer right there. Cliff Averill as far as the strip sack. So yeah, maybe he can get there and work with him a little bit. But yeah, interesting pick for the Seahawks, because I really had not seen that name in many mock drafts.
No. So we'll see what they've got in store. They've got 7 picks left to work with throughout the rest of this draft. The Falcons, again, made their pick. You got the Carolina Panthers on the clock. We continue with our coverage of the 2023 NFL Draft live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Michael Bumpus, Dave Wyman, Bob Stelton with you here. Seattle Sports on 710.
You are listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Screaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You are listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Screaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You are listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Screaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You're listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You're listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You are listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You're listening to the 2023 NFL Draft. Hear reaction to every Seahawks pick on Seattle Sports and stream live on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union.
We continue live from the Virginia Mason Athletics Center. Dave Wyman, Michael Bumpus, Bob Stelton with you, taking you through the 2023 NFL Draft. Round 2 is underway. Seahawks, in case you missed it, they go with a pass rusher out of Auburn, Derek Hall, with their first pick of the second round. So they address the D-line. And something, Dave, you and I forgot to mention, and Brock, the three of us, is we talked about, listen, your most pressing need is interior line help on both sides of the ball. They did address the interior of the defensive line in the offseason, and we just neglected to mention it last night. They bring back Jaron Reed. Obviously, everybody's familiar with Jaron Reed, and they signed Draymond Jones to a multi-year deal, which represents a little bit more than a flyer on a guy. So they have addressed. You've had guys depart, certainly, whether we're talking Al Woods or Poona Ford or Shelby Harris, but they brought these guys in. So it's not like they're devoid of bodies there or potential, or I don't know what to expect out of Draymond Jones. They have a certain conviction about it. Again, a multi-year deal. So that, to me, tells me the level of faith they have. So they have addressed it to a bit. I imagine they still are going to address it with the 7 picks they've got left. But moves have been made to shore up what was a big weakness.
Yeah, and I like the fact that was a guy they wanted in the Russell Wilson trade and couldn't get. The Broncos didn't want to let him go. And that's what we heard afterwards, because I think we even asked John. He was like, "Yeah, I wanted him." So yeah, I think, and he's got something to prove. So it'll be cool to get him in here and see exactly what he can do. I think the other thing is, wouldn't you feel a lot better? Who's your guy from Baylor, Bump, that you mentioned, the nose guard?
Yeah, Siaka Ika.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm sure I'm messing his name up. Sorry.
That's all right. Nobody will correct.
Yeah, it just seems like if you have that big Al Woods guy in the middle, I think people would feel a lot better. But, like we talked about with that Cansey kid, the kid from Pitt, I'm like, if you got tremendous quickness, there needs to be something about you. Like, Aaron Donald's not the hugest dude in the world, but he's just got quickness. There's just something, explosive. If Draymond Green,
Jones.
Draymond Jones, if that guy is special in some way, that he's getting penetration and everything, doesn't matter how big he is. If he can cause disruption, and if you can cause disruption in the interior part of the offensive line, that's because it's tough being a center, man. I mean, those guys it's tough to snap a ball. We always talk about Joey Hunt and how, remember when he got trucked in that game again?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if you remember in watching Hard Knocks, Frank Ragnow, who's one of the better centers in the league. Do you remember that thing where they did a practice with another team, and there was this video out there where he was just getting trucked in a drill? That happens to centers
Yeah.
every once in a while. But if you have a guy that's quick enough to get his hands up there and cause disruption in there, it doesn't necessarily, I mean, you don't have to have the Al Woods type of guy in there. It doesn't have to be a big body. I'd just say this, though, being a linebacker, it sure made you feel better when you saw a big old butt in front of you, man. Like a yard wide, man. That was, yeah, I love playing behind Cortez. It just gave you a lot of confidence, but it doesn't necessarily have to be that guy. It just has to be a disruptor.
Well, let's give a little scout report on Derek Hall, right? Since he wasn't on our list, I had to look him up and to see what he's all about. The kid ran a 4.55. He was the team captain. He possesses NFL caliber aggression and toughness. I think that's what they're leaning on. He has a good burst to the pursuit, and he plays with that explosiveness. Now you got to talk about the negatives because there's always a negative when it comes to a player. Average body control taking on blocks. And me, that's how I judge a lot of athleticism is how you control your body, right? Something he needs to work on. But, again, as you mature and as you learn new tricks of the trade, I think you'll get better at that. But so far it seems like the Hawks are looking for speed. I saw a tweet or something the other day that said if you were to have a 100-meter relay of all the fastest guys, you have to pick a running back, a linebacker, a receiver, and I say a safety. The Hawks were the fastest team in the NFL when it comes to 40 times. So I look at this kid and his profile with his 40 time and all that. It looks like this defense is trying to be built for speed right now. So it makes sense once you look at it in that frame, and then you talk about Jay Reed. You also talk about Dre Jones, and maybe they're going to move them inside and speed off the outside. You help Darrell Taylor as well. So with that pick, I try to get into the mindset of Pete Carroll and John Schneider and how they're constructing this defense, and I think that's the direction they're going.
Speed
By
kills.
Yes,
the
it
way,
does.
with that pick of Derek Hall, that puts a wrap on the whole Russell Wilson trade. So everything is in terms of draft picks that they received from Denver. They have been used at this point, and so it breaks out that the Denver Broncos got Russell Wilson. They got Aiyoma Owuzurike. Hopefully that's
Nicely
close.
done, Bob.
Nailed it.
Yeah, sure. Nailed it. So that's who they get. The Seahawks end up with Noah Fant, Shelby Harris, Drew Lock, Charles Cross, Boye Mafe, Tyreek Smith, Devin Witherspoon, and Derek Hall.
There we go.
That feels pretty good.
That completes the trade. And, and I think, there's a little bit more juice on those players. And I think because you had to trade away your best player in the history of this franchise.
Yeah.
I would say. I mean, that's tough for me to say just because I haven't played with Large and Cortez. I mean, Big Walt. I mean, there's some pretty good players there. But Russ took you to the promised land. He took you to the playoffs. So, yeah, those have a little bit more meaningfulness. And I think that Seahawk fans, probably will forget it after a while. But it'll be something that we'll reflect on from time to time. They'll say 3-4 years from now, a few of these guys, the young guys, are Pro Bowlers or whatever. You'd be like, yeah, that doesn't hurt so bad now.
Doesn't sting as much.
Especially watching how things went last year for both. I mean, we were looking at Geno Smith. I certainly was. I'll speak for me as a placeholder at best. Like this is duct tape. This is a guy who is going to occupy this spot until they get their franchise guy. And I felt the same way about Drew Lock. He was a second. He's not a guy that came in the league with all this fanfare. He was not a top 5, top 10 pick. He was a second round pick. So to me, it felt like, all right, you got a placeholder here. Russell's going to go there and do what he does and be Russell. And it turned out completely opposite. Geno Smith, most accurate quarterback in the league. He's a Pro Bowler. Russell Wilson, the worst year in his history for whatever reason, and whether it was the scheme, whether it was him, a combination of the coach who got fired before the season was even over. I mean, that was a disaster there.
Yeah, I'm also very curious to see what happens with Russ this year. I think it's really going to help him to have Sean Payton. I think he
100%.
He kind of strayed a little bit there.
Yeah.
I think he a little too big for the britches, trying to be the coach and everything. I think and I remember the first thing that Sean Payton said when he came through the door when they asked him about the office upstairs, and he's like, "Yeah, that's foreign to me." I thought that was a good way to put it. It was like, no, we're not doing that. So yeah, it'll be, he'll get back to being a football player. I think. I thought Russ spent too much time last year, from afar anyway. Too much time being other things. Just be a football player. That's all we need from you.
By the way, most recent pick, the New Orleans Saints go with Isaiah Foskey out of Notre Dame, a defensive end, a pass rusher out of Notre Dame. So he goes pick number 40. The Arizona Cardinals are now on the clock. They traded down earlier in the second round, so they are set to make a pick here, which will be the 10th overall in the second round. Seahawks, by the way, in case you're wondering, their next pick comes 21 in the second round, number 52 overall. So they're not far away from their very next pick here in the second round. And see if they go defense again. I would, we talked to Brock, and I don't know how you feel about this bump, but we're just talking about centers. I feel like they don't really have their answer. I don't know what to expect out of Evan Brown. He was the backup in Detroit. Do they look at him as our guy, or is he depth? I don't know, but I'd like to see him to address the interior of the O-line. Are there any of those guys on your list of players still out there that you wouldn't mind seeing him pick up with this next pick, or where would you like to see him go?
At the center position, I think they think they have their guy in Evan Brown. Yeah, and I think you move over Phil Haynes, and they're looking at that offensive line and saying, okay, we're good to go. Damian Lewis is on, his fourth year now, I want to say, third or fourth year. You have the 2 rookie tackles from last year. You bring over Evan Brown. So in their minds, they've addressed, if we've learned anything, is that they're going to address things the way they want to address it. I would like to see a center come in and compete for that job. And when you look at the available centers, you got to start with Joe Tippmann from Wisconsin. You go down the list. You got my guy who I really wanted, John Michael Schmitz out of Minnesota. You watch the film on that guy. Really quick off the ball, good communicator, good hands, all the things that you're looking for. When you talk about offensive linemen, there's a few things you're always going to say, right? Good hands, plays with good base, plays with good balance, understands his leverage. And when I watch film on John Michael Schmitz, that's the guy that I wanted. Then after him, you got Juice. Great name, great first name, by the way. Juice Shrugs out of Penn State. So those are your best 3 available. I like Joe Tippmann. He's all right, but my personal favorite is John Michael Schmitz out of Minnesota.
Yeah, we talked to him. Nice kid.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we had him on our show, and is he the only kid we talked to? I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Brock had him flipped. He was really big on Tippmann, right? When
Brock?
last night when we were talking, he really liked Tippmann and Schmitz. There were some things about him that he thought needed work, certainly, but we'll see what they do. Again, they've got a pick coming up here soon as the Cardinals pick is being announced by Aeneas Williams.
I thought we were going to see our guy KJ up there picking. I guess that's later.
Maybe he'll do the next one.
He'll do the next one. I guess.
Yeah. So the still second round, but he picked number 52 overall. But is this your guy? No, that's not your guy.
No.
Edge rusher out of LSU,
Ojulari.
B.J. Ojulari.
Is he related to the other rusher? Ojulari, the kid from Georgia? A couple years ago, there was the kid that came in. I remember Stone Forsythe. There was a big deal where he had a good game against Ojulari. We'll look that up in the break.
All right, so there you go. Cardinals going with an edge rusher out of LSU. B.J. Ojulari is that pick. So the Green Bay Packers are on the clock as we continue with our coverage of the 2023 NFL Draft. Dave Wyman, Michael Bumpus, Bob Stelton with you. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
You're listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You're listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You're listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You're listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You're listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You are listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You're listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union.
Good evening and welcome to the NFL Draft.
This is Seattle's sports presentation of the NFL Draft. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. Your reaction to every Seahawks pick, streaming on the Seattle Sports app.
The 2023 NFL Draft continues, second round well underway, and we got you covered here live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Bob Stelton, Dave Wyman, Michael Bumpus taking you through all of the proceedings. And as we last left, the Cardinals had made a pick of an outside rusher out of LSU, B.J. Ojulari. The Green Bay Packers follow with a tight end, Luke Musgrave out of Oregon State. Yep.
That was my guy.
Yep. Another tight end, a run on tight end so far. And then the most recent pick for the New York Jets, this will upset Brock Huard, Joe Tippmann, a center we were just talking about out of Wisconsin.
We did a
going
thing
to
on
the
him.
Jets.
Remember
And,
that?
Vaguely, yeah.
We did Joe Tippmann. Yeah, not too long ago.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
that's that's one of the guys, one of the if we're looking at centers exclusively, he's one of the premier guys out there. So he heads to the New York Jets.
You know why I thought they might take Luke Musgrave is because there was some rating on tight ends that went back to like 1987, and it was an athletic rating. Now, this is kind of like a sabermetrics number, but he was the seventh highest rated tight end out of like 1,008 tight ends as far as athletic ability goes.
Wow.
But not production, not there, games not there. But I thought, well, the Seahawks are trying to get fast. You mentioned speed earlier. Maybe that would be a guy that they would go with. Who do you go to? The Packers?
Yes.
Yeah. So there's some other.
Colts are on the clock, or actually their pick is in too. So
Okay.
they'll be followed by the Packers again. Tight end, where are you at with tight end in this group? Is there concern for you with Will Dissly and just his unfortunate ability to come up with serious injury after none of his injuries are minor? It's never a hamstring or he's got a twisted ankle, a high ankle sprain. This is ripped, that's off the bone. This is one we've never even heard of. The last Pete Carroll going, yeah, we haven't heard of this one. So does that make tight end more of a pressing concern?
I'd be more concerned if Colby Parkinson didn't add 15, 20 pounds to become a better blocker. If he didn't show that he can go down the field and catch a football. Now, his numbers aren't going to wow you or anything like that. But if the development of Colby Parkinson wasn't there, then I'd be more concerned with Uncle Will Dissly. And then you still got Noah Fenton, who was your leading receiver. the Hawks do like to go in these 3 tight end sets, but I think with the addition of Jackson and Jigba, we're going to see less and less of that. I think they were forced to do these 3 tight end sets because you didn't really have a slot guy that you trusted. Again, no knock on Goodwin. I keep getting mixed up Goodwin because he did his thing. But I wouldn't be surprised if they took a tight end because of Will Dissly's injury history, but I don't think it is a dire need right now.
Another guy I keep bringing up, I'm still holding out hope for Tyler Mabry, who's still on the roster, and he's been on their practice squad for a while, and I just thought he was a really good player in college. So, and he finally got a chance. So that gives you a little bit as far as depth at tight end as well. So, but yeah, the more I think about Njigba, the more I start to go, okay, who do you cover there? I mean, you got Tyler, you got DK. If you get your tight ends going, maybe that means more throws to the tight end. If they're in, 11 personnel, you got 3 wide receivers out there. Maybe that frees things up for throws to the tight end. So maybe you do go get a tight end. But, yeah, how are you going to cover all 3 of those guys? I mean, this is, going on the notion that he does play out and become the first rounder that they drafted him as. But he sure is good after the catch. He's got some great moves, and Jigba does, man. Great creativity. That's like Noah Fant is a guy that, like, I feel like when he catches the ball, he's kind of done. I mean, he had that one rumble up the sideline against the Chargers last year, but he's a good possession guy. Some guys just aren't very creative and good after the catch, and he's not that guy, but Njigba certainly is.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see. I hadn't really thought about the 3 tight end sets being affected by the emergence of Njigba and the selection of him. But, yeah, maybe that's a difference we see on the offense. Fewer of the 3 tight end sets out there. Another cornerback is off the board. Julius Brents out of Kansas State headed to the Indianapolis Colts with the 44th overall pick, and the Green Bay Packers will now be on the clock. And just a reminder, the Seahawks have the 52nd pick coming up here. So you're up to pick number 45 now with the Packers on the clock. So the Seahawks will be picking again before we know it. But yeah, just trying to figure out how I think a lot of people just, again, looking at social media and just the response to what they did last night, looked at Njigba as the guy that will take Tyler Lockett's place. When I feel like there's an urgency to get rid of Tyler or call him old. If you look at his production, you look at his stats year to year to year, there's 0 drop-off.
I understand.
Like none.
I understand the concern because of age, but 4 1,000-yard seasons, and people look at the way that he plays and says, "Oh, he's getting down." Yeah, he's saving his body. My man is 5'10", 5'11", like a buck 75, 80. Like, he's not a big receiver, so I understand the evolution in his game. That's what happens. When I was with the Seahawks, Bobby Ingram did the same thing. Bobby Ingram was on his 13th, 14th year in the league. He goes, well, I'm not going to take these hits. What do I need to take these hits for? I'm not a Megatron. I'm not a big Terrell Owens where I can run through some guys. People see Tyler Lockett as playing smart, as being soft, and I don't see it that way. Now,
to get the extra half yard and take that hit.
Now, if it's third down and you need an extra yard or 2, now you got to lower your pads and go get it. But no, I think that eventually you need a guy to replace Tyler Lockett. I don't think you need that guy for 3 or 4 years. I think that Njigba is just going to add to it. We're not preparing for Tyler to leave yet.
Who I used to watch with the Rams do that was Torrey Holt. We just saw him up there. I used to see him and Azakim. They would both do the same exact thing.
Yeah.
It's smart. I mean, I get you're absolutely right. It's 3rd and 2 and you're at a yard, or it's 3rd and 5 and you're at 4 yards. You better lower the head and get that first down. But yeah, this all of a sudden he's soft and dude, it's not worth the hit he's going to take to get the extra half yard he might get.
Yeah,
I mean, it just is not. It's not, to me, smart football, and I understand.
Yeah, you're right.
It's counterintuitive to the nature of football, and you're cracking heads. You go out there and run guys over.
Dave, you're not feeling that, huh? You're not feeling that. I already know you're not feeling that.
With Tyler, come on, man.
I think I'm not saying it's a business decision. I'm just saying that, I mean, the older you get, the more, you could. I remember my last year in the league, there was a young linebacker, Keith Burns, out of Oklahoma State, and he was running down on a kickoff, and another guy came, and there was a collision, and I remember went, oh, man, that looks like that hurt. And I was like, yeah, I'm probably about done now. It's my 9th year.
You're cringing at hits.
I was just like, oh, that looked like that. I can't do that anymore. Yeah, I mean, that's just a natural part of it. And, What a great man he is too, Tyler Lockett. I mean, but yeah, there's no reason. And listen, we talked to Chris Carson about this. Running backs are that way too. They have to at some point go. And if you're a big tough guy like Chris Carson was, remember I always bring up the story that he ran a guy over 3 yards deep in the end zone.
Yeah.
Like, you don't need to take that hit, dude.
Yeah.
And he actually talked about at the end, like, yeah, I probably need to duck out of bounds. But I love the spirit of that. But as far as longevity goes, and really what's best for the team is for you to just get down.
Well, and Tyler is so valuable to what they do. I mean, think about when Russ was here, and even with Geno, play breaks down. You see him scrambling, trying to keep the play alive. 9.5 times out of 10, who's the guy that ends up with the ball? It's Tyler. He finds a way to, all of a sudden, there he is, he's open. He's a magician out there, and he is so crucial to what they have done offensively, whether it's Russell or with Geno out there. So I just, the whole, he's soft because he's going down. You're talking out of your tail.
Dave, you can try to tackle me right now in the hallway, and I'm going to try to make you miss or I'm going down. Just your mass, my mass. It's science. It just doesn't work,
Unless you need that extra half yard.
Unless I need that extra half yard.
Yeah. And
You're not getting
does
it,
that. Have there been any moments where we've looked at Tyler and go, dude, you went down and you needed that half yard?
There was one that was close. He had to roll into it. I want to say it was at SoFi. I don't know who they're playing, whether the Rams or the Chargers, but it was like 3rd and 12. He catches, he goes down, then he had to roll to get like the extra yard. He realized he was short.
At least he had the wherewithal to roll.
Was that on that touchdown drive, maybe?
I think so.
Yeah, because they threw to him twice, and there were 2 incomplete passes. They went back to him a 3rd time.
Yep.
Yeah.
By the way, the Lions and Packers just completed a trade. The Lions move up to the 45th overall pick. The Packers get the 48th overall pick and some other things there. So the Lions pick is in. We'll give you all of the latest on that. Again, Seahawks coming up with pick number 52, and number 5 is in. So they will be picking here soon, and we've got it covered wall to wall for you here. You got Dave Wyman, Michael Bumpus, Bob Stelton with you. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
You're listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You're listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You're listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You're listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You're listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You're listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You're listening to the 2023 NFL Draft. Hear reaction to every Seahawks pick on Seattle Sports and streaming live on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union.
Second round of the 2023 NFL Draft continues here. Seattle Sports on 710. Bob Stelton, Dave Wyman, Michael Bumpus taking you through all of it right now. The New England Patriots with their pick at number 46. They have the pick in, and the Seahawks' next pick will be here before we know it, guys, at number 52. Right before we left, the Detroit Lions go with a safety out of Alabama. Brian Branch is who they go with. So Brian Branch, the most recent pick. We'll see what the Patriots do at 46. They'll be followed by the Washington Commanders, the Tampa Bay Bucks, the Steelers, the Bucks again, the Dolphins, and then the Seattle Seahawks at number 52. So maybe they address the interior of the O-line. Do you think is Phil Haynes the answer? By the way, we liked him at times. He was kind of in that rotation with Gabe Jackson. Is he a guy you think they look at and say, he's our answer at guard, or do you that still needs to be addressed?
They just signed him to a deal, right? He's one of the free agents that they signed. I can't remember what his deal was. It was a 1-year deal. I thought it was a 3-year deal, but yeah, I think they like him. I at the end of the 2021 season when Penny was going off, he had some really nice blocks. He was really rounding into a good guard. And then, last year the rotation with him, he started out with maybe 20% of the snaps, and then as the season went on, Gabe Jackson, I think, was starting to decline, and his his percentage of play time went up quite a bit. I feel like he just you need to put him in there and let him have a streak of going and playing and being a starter game after game after game. Just say, you're our starter, prove us wrong. So yeah, I like Phil Haynes. I feel like it's still center because Evan Brown was a center and played guard. He's kind of done both. I'm not so sure he's the answer.
By the way, Keon White, another guy we had heard about, edge rusher out of Georgia Tech, is the pick of the New England Patriots there. So the Patriots making their pick, number 46 overall, number 15 in the second round. Keon White, 6'4" and 7'8", 285 pounds, former tight end at Old Dominion. He's twitchy, Dave.
I knew you would like that,
He's
Bob.
twitchy with an exclamation point. They got a slammer on there. So
That's a slammer. What are you, an old school newspaper guy?
put the slammer on there.
Yeah, that was a guy that I couldn't read his expression there. He didn't look happy.
He didn't look overly enthused.
And
you think he's going, oh great.
The woman next to him was crying, I think, too. I think he thought he was going to go a little bit sooner than that.
He's a name, again, we're going by mock draft, so take it for what it's worth, but that's a name I had seen quite often as compared to the Seahawks going with Hall. But yeah, it was hard to tell if he was happy or not because that expression was left a little to be desired there. But
he was ready. He was motivated. He's ready to go. Size and speed. For his size, he's extremely athletic. Good hands, quick hands is what they're saying about this guy, and said he will bully you. So that makes sense. See that expression? That was a bully.
He
expression.
looked like a bully.
You know what I'm saying? It's like, look, some guys are just nasty like that, and maybe he is just motivated and ready to go. But Keon's going to bring a lot of speed and athleticism to that defense.
It's a bully face, right? That's a give me your lunch money.
Yeah, you remember Ted Washington?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that guy, he liked me, so I was in, but he had a bully face. And he punched one of our other defensive tackles one time right in the face. I was right there. It was the most sickening sound ever.
Man.
Two 300-pound guys going at it. But yeah, he was just kind of nasty, and it's a rough game, right?
There's
You
my
gotta
guy London Fletcher.
You got to be in a rough mood to play it.
London Fletcher making the select. Every time Dave talks about undersized linebackers, he brings up Sam Mills, and I'm like, well, don't forget London Fletcher.
I love London Fletcher, man.
Yeah, so he just made the selection for the Washington Commanders, who go cornerback out of Illinois, Jartavius Martin.
Wow, the other corner, huh?
The other corner. The other guy. Everybody talking about Witherspoon. This is the other guy living in his shadow.
Well, it's like Cincinnati last year, right?
Yeah, with
Kobe
Sauce
Bryant.
and Kobe Bryant. Yeah, so Jartavius Martin headed to the Washington Commanders with pick number 47. The Tampa Bay Bucks are now on the clock at pick number 48. So we get a little bit closer to the Seahawks making that 52nd overall pick, and I'm wondering if they're going to make any trades. I mean, we're so used to them trading, whether it's at the end of the first round or they're generally pretty active. I think they were trying to be active yesterday because they drained the clock on both picks yesterday, and it sounded like the phone was ringing off the hook. Couldn't come to a deal that they liked or that was worth it to them, so ultimately they stuck with their picks. But, we talked about it last night. They didn't trade last year. They didn't make any trades, which is sort of out of character for them.
Yeah, it is. I've seen them turn 7 into 11 real quick. I want to say, was that 19 or 20 or something like that?
Was the Frank Clark deal?
Yeah, they flipped it. That's what they do. But I think that maybe their team was in a position to where they felt like they needed to do that. I think they look at this team and say, all right, if we just add a few more pieces, we're not too far away from being real contenders in this thing. You got your quarterback. Skill positions are good. You've done some things on that O-line and D-line so far this offseason. Now I think it's just about adding. I'm interested to see what they do with that linebacker spot, Dave. But when you look at the LBs right now, you got B. Wags, you got Devin Bush. You expect them to grab another linebacker here?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see him get a later round guy. I thought it was interesting yesterday that Jack Campbell guy got taken there. Mm-hmm. Nobody had him in the first round. Brock liked him, but big dude.
Yeah, even Brock said it was high for him. Because we were talking about the reaches, and as much as he liked him, he thought that was a reach.
But that was Dan Campbell's pick. I guess he liked his last name. But yeah, that was they like tough guys, and they feel like he can be a leader. But yeah, I don't know if there's why not? Why not grab a linebacker? The only thing I would say though, and it saddens me to say it, the game is kind of going towards less linebackers, and especially bringing in Julian Love. You already have a guy in Jamal Adams that I think is like a little linebacker. He can play. He can take on blocks. He can play in the box. So,
sorry,
that's a guard, Bob.
That is
it's a tackle
out of North Dakota State, Cody Mosh, who's missing his two front teeth. Looks a bit like a hockey player out there, but very, very large.
Yeah, that guy looks like a caricature of a I don't know, maybe like he looks like from like a fairy tale.
Yeah,
something.
Long
He's
red
a
hair.
Giant from a fairy tale.
6'5", 302, long red hair, and missing his two front teeth. And he is the latest of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Select him with pick number 48 overall here in the second round. So there you go. So we're getting a little bit closer to the Seahawks.
Yeah,
his smile just as soon as I saw him.
He's got like long red hair down to like the middle of his back, a red beard, and when he smiles, he's got like a baby face. Yeah. When he smiles, he's got his two front teeth are missing.
He plays the way he looks. If you've lost two front teeth, that means you've been in some fights, you've been in some battles.
Yeah.
And he's a real tough guy. They like his flexibility as well. Plays with quickness. And they'll like Cody. I've watched him play several times, man. I like what he brings to the table.
Did you wear a mouthpiece when you played?
Yes, most definitely.
Really?
Yeah. You didn't?
No.
Really?
I couldn't do it.
Dave didn't want to wear a helmet. They just made him.
Come on now. Yeah, I couldn't talk, and I had to call the huddle and everything. I was like,
did you say you had a gag reflex too?
Yeah, mine was always like
short,
just to cover the front teeth. But I stopped wearing it like my second year because I was like, I can't communicate, man. gonna
No,
be able to talk.
I've got the same affliction because I'd wear a mouthpiece in jujitsu when we were sparring, but I had to cut the back ends off of it because it would gag me.
Yeah. Well, that was when I had to wear them in college.
Yeah.
That's when I did that. But once I got in the pros, I didn't have to. I ditched it. But it looks like, I don't know. I never had any problem.
Ditched his too.
Yeah. I was gonna say I never had any problem losing teeth or anything like that. I never got my teeth. I never grinded my teeth when I hit. Apparently, so.
How do you get hit in the mouth though?
Maybe his
when the
mouth.
face
I'm
mask.
thinking the face mask might have.
It's more for concussions. There's something about when
Oh, yeah, when your teeth-
when your jaw's
Oh, yeah.
tough like that, it helps.
But I'm curious how you lose teeth in this day and age with the face masks that are there. Does that mask get pushed into your mouth?
Nah, he's probably a hockey player. Probably grew up playing
Yeah,
hockey.
it could be.
Yeah.
That's maybe why I can't remember names and stuff. Is because I didn't have the mouthpiece. But they said like 90% of NFL players have a cut chin. Do you ever get your chin
Oh, yeah.
cut?
Yep, I got a scar underneath.
From what? The helmet coming up underneath?
Yeah,
you?
somebody's helmet
Mhm.
coming up.
Yeah.
There's a picture of me in Denver because they stapled it on the sidelines. They're just like, all right, come over here and click, click. And there's a picture somewhere. I got blood all down the front of me. And yeah, that was one thing that I don't know. You could wear the extra long face mask, but I didn't like that. It was
No.
just I had to be able to see.
Steelers pick is in number 49. We'll get that pick to you. They are followed by the Packers, the Dolphins, and then the Seahawks up once again as we continue with our coverage here. Second round action coming to you live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Michael Bumpus, Dave Wyman, Bob Stelton with you. Seattle Sports on 710.
You're listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You are listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You are listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You are listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You are listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You are listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You're listening to the 2023 NFL Draft. Hear reaction to every Seahawks pick on Seattle Sports and streaming live on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union.
Always a good test to see how quickly they burn through the clock when they start showing the clock up there.
What I'm interested in seeing is because we're seeing ex-players come back. This is Teron Armstead. He's all decked out. What about when our guy KJ goes out there? What do you think? You think he's going to have like
Classic suit.
He's going to have like a suit that's lined with cash on the inside, like the one guy?
Never.
That's not KJ.
Never. KJ's like Tom Ford type, you know what I mean?
KJ is he's small town Mississippi guy.
Understated. He's not trying to put on a show. Look at me. Look at me.
I asked him when he was drafted what he did during the draft, and he said I sat and watched it with my mom and dad.
By the way, Cam Smith, cornerback out of South Carolina, a name I had heard quite a bit in some of these mock drafts, headed to the Miami Dolphins.
There was somebody pounding the table on this guy that was like, I swear to you, in 5 years, you're going to be thanking me. This guy's going to be a Pro Bowler. So, yeah, I don't know. He's physical. Looks good.
Yeah, the highlights, he looks good. So they get a nice cornerback out there in Miami with pick number 51, which puts the Seahawks on the clock at number 52. So, and their pick is already in.
Come on.
Whoa. Wow, the pick is already in for the Seahawks.
The speed draft that John was talking about.
They're not messing around.
Yeah.
I guess the idea of trading and all that, and maybe it is about, you just where this roster currently is, and they like the guys that are out there. They've got them on their board sitting there and going, man, I can't believe this guy's still available here at 52. So we'll see if they address the trenches on either side of the ball with this pick. But they go edge rusher with their first pick in the second round earlier. In case you just tuned in, they had the 6th overall pick. They go Derek Hall.
There he
Auburn.
is.
Classic.
KJ Wright.
There's our guy, KJ.
Classic, smooth. There's no flick of paintbrush on his suit. None of that nonsense we saw last night, Dave. It's just a classic, classy man. Right?
Yeah. He looks great, man.
Yeah.
He looks really good.
Getting the Seahawks fans hyped up that
Go
are in
KJ.
attendance out there, and looks like there's a bunch of them.
He's repping us really well right now. That's the guy you want to put out there and go, this is a Seahawk. This is the next Seahawk right here.
Yeah.
KJ Wright.
Yeah, nothing but class. Great player, just a great guy, and represented the organization well. And he's out there making the pick. Number 52 is a running good Zach Charbonnet.
My guy right there. He's on my list. Zach Charbonnet. He is one of the most underranked running backs in the country. He will make you miss. He will run through you. He's not going to blow by you. Doesn't have 4.3 speed. He can run in between the tackles, get outside. Him and DT in that backfield, man, were a great little 1-2 combo. If you do not wrap this young man up, you are going to have problems. Now you got a great 1-2 combo in the backfield with this guy. I'm really excited about this pick.
You like this a lot.
Yeah,
Well,
I do.
you did some pack. I remember you were down. Were you down in the Rose Bowl doing a show?
They played South Alabama or something like that.
Yeah, I remember you talking about him during the season.
Yeah.
Watching. I don't know. I guess it was Pac-12 Network or something.
Yeah, it's Pac-12 Network.
Yeah.
For now, at least.
Yeah. So I remember you raving about Charbonnet, and I saw him interviewed the other day. Seemed really nice kid, and yeah, good deal. They need running backs, man. You gotta have a stable, right? You can't have just one guy you're rolling out there, and right now it's Ken Walker.
Yeah, the Bears pick is in, so we'll get that coming up here. They've already got their pick in, but yeah, so they go Charbonnet, excuse me, out of UCLA, a running back. And what was interesting in the first round, we've been hearing year after year and seeing it in the draft that the running back position has just been devalued. And the Seahawks took blowback last year for taking Walker where they did. Remember that? That was at 40, right? And they were, what are you doing? Why would you take a running back that high? And people looking at people like Chris Carson, you get somebody like that in the 7th round. You get production late in the round out of that position. Why would you do that? Last night you saw 2 backs go in the top 12, and now the Seahawks take another running back 12 spots further down than they took Walker.
What do you think, Bump? Do you think that because we always talk about it's a copycat league, and do you think that's like a trend that kind of goes back? And I remember for a long time, the tight end kind of disappeared. And like right now, there's fullbacks. I think it's like 50% of the teams have a fullback. But I don't know. I mean, the running back, you talk about it being devalued, Bob. But I mean, you look at what the tag number is on running backs. It's like 10 million or something. Yeah. And D linemen or interior defensive tackles are like 18. I mean, yeah, nobody cares about running backs. I wonder if it's going to come back into fashion.
I think it's the way the offenses are built now. Like the majority of offenses spread the ball out and throw it, right? There aren't too many guys who really pack it in the way that the Seahawks do, that Atlanta does, that Tennessee does. There's probably, I would say, a third of the league who values the running back the same way that people do. I think the game is changing. I also think that the attributes of these running backs are changing too. Like these running backs are able to line up in the slot, and you get a matchup on a linebacker, and you let it work. Zach Charbonnet is your traditional type of running back. And
old school
running back in between the tackles. You're not going to line him up outside too many times. Every now and then to get an empty backfield, you're going to do that.
He's bigger than Walker, right?
Yeah, he's a big boy. He is about
a little over 6 feet.
6 feet, 214. So he's going to get downhill. So then you got your 1-2 package, man. And I think Ken Walker, if they use him more out of the backfield as a pass catcher, I think that'll open the game up too. I think they tried to, towards the end of the year, Dave, to get him the ball and screens and swings and all that stuff. But Charbonnet, man, he's going to get downhill on you. I really like that pick.
3rd highest running back pick in the Pete and John era. Rashad Penny was number 27 overall. Ken Walker apparently number 41. Okay. And number 52 right here for Charbonnet.
They're at 4.53. I mean, that's not terrible. It's not like he's lumbering or anything. But, I mean, he's not, some of these running backs are 4.4 or whatever. But, yeah, interesting. Like that pick. It's familiar also. Pac-12 guy. We like that. Right?
Yeah.
Well,
on the Pac-12 network.
Again, this is a spot they needed to address, and sticking with philosophy, is it the most pressing position? No, it still feels like the interior, but they did. You figured they're going to grab a running back somewhere within these 10 picks, much like they may grab a quarterback at some point in these 10 picks, and they grab him here. They've got a conviction about him, and you saw the value. I mean, how huge was K9 last year, especially with Penny. You came into the season where Penny was miraculous at the end of the season the year previous, but you had no assurances that he was going to be there for you, and unfortunately, he got hurt again.
Yeah, that was like game Walker, 5, I think.
Yeah, and Ken Walker goes over 1,000 yards, and he does it. We went through this essentially in 11 games.
Well, remember the game at L.A. where they got Josh Jones, was that the kid's name that didn't have the glasses, the contacts or whatever? I mean, they were, no offense to him, but they were scraping the bottom of the barrel at that point, man.
You think about the year they had to go out and get Turbo and Marshawn Lynch out of returement. There was a year where the biggest number attached to a running back in terms of rushing yard for the year was Mike Davis at 252 yards. Russell was your leading rusher. I mean, this is a team that's gone through it year after year after year in terms of their depth at running back being completely depleted, whether Alex Collins was there or you're bringing Marshawn Turbo out of retirement. They've been in a bad way at that spot for a number of years.
They're always going to go get a running back because of what you said, the history of this position over here, and just the nature of the position. You're typically not undersized, but you're not a big guy out there. You got everyone coming after you. You got to go through defensive linemen, get through linebackers before you make your plays. The shelf life of a running back just isn't very long. So I think that's a very smart move for them to go and get the best, in my opinion, the best available running back.
Yeah, Bears up there. Devin Hester making the pick for the Bears.
Needs to get his son a smaller hat.
Yeah, well,
Got
yeah.
a big old hat there.
Yeah, they go defensive tackle Jervon Dexter Sr. out of Florida headed to the Bears, and you're giving an emphatic nod. Yes, you like this guy.
That was a guy who's on my list that I hope the Seahawks win and got. 6'6", 310. Great against double team. He's a run stopper now. Not great against the pass, but that's not really what you're looking for, at least if you're the Seahawks. If you're looking at interior linemen, you want a guy who's going to be stout, who's going to take on these double teams and get a push, and that's exactly what he does. Man, I really like this kid.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of watching Al Woods. Like, he looks like he's in a bar fight, like in the middle of that. He's like, chuck one guy down, chuck another guy down. I mean, yeah, it looks like he's a very physical guy, so nice pick there.
Who's, before we break here, who's out there in terms of defensive tackles that you've got on your list, Bump?
They're all gone now. Oh, no.
Every one of
we
them?
still got Siaki. Siaki's still out there.
Okay.
Am I saying it right? Siaki Ika. Somebody check that for me. So when he gets drafted here, he doesn't come to me and say, man, you're jacking my name up.
Play for?
He plays for Baylor.
Baylor. Okay.
Baylor, yep.
All right.
Trenton Simpson still out there. He's a linebacker from Clemson.
Yeah.
Pretty good player. I took a look at him. You still got the center, John Michael Schmitz. He hasn't been picked yet. So, yeah, but Charbonnet, I was looking on the list here, number 50 as far as Daniel Jeremiah goes, as far as his rank, and he is off the board, man. Pretty exciting getting a running back.
All right. The 2023 NFL Draft is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. We'll continue with our coverage of the second round well underway. The Los Angeles Chargers have their pick in at pick number 54. Cover everything that's going on with the draft, wall-to-wall here. Live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center, Dave Wyman, Michael Bumpus, Bob Stelton with you. Seattle Sports on 710.
You are listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You are listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You are listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You are listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You are listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You are listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You're listening to the 2023 NFL Draft. Hear reaction to every Seahawks pick on Seattle Sports and streaming live on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union.
We are live at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Michael Bumpus, Bob Stelton, Dave Wyman with you. We've got you covered on everything happening as the Chiefs have made their pick at number 55. Seahawks are done for a bit unless they make a trade to get back up into this round. They pick at number, they're in the 80s in the third round would be their next pick. 83, I believe, is the pick. So they're a ways away, barring a move. So they did make their pick early in the first round. They go with an edge rusher out of Auburn. Derek Hall is the player they go with there, and he had a chance to catch up with the local media here on a conference call. Here's what he had to say.
Congratulations. Where are you calling from?
Gulfport, Mississippi.
Okay. What was your reaction to getting the call from the Seahawks?
A lot of emotion. It was very, very, very special for me and my family. We kind of figured that Seattle was really interested. So, once that number came across my phone, man, my face lit up and tears of joy, and just really enjoyed the time trying to be with my family. So, once again, I'm just so thankful.
Derek, you said that the Seahawks had a lot of interest in you. What was your correspondence like with them in this pre-draft process?
Oh, it was great. Went down to the Senior Bowl, had a really, really good discussion, great talk with those guys, and then get an opportunity to go out to the combine and have a formal meeting with, Coach Pete Carroll and, the DC and everybody in that room, man. It's just really, really great overall. So, I'm really, really ecstatic and can't wait to get out there and get to work.
Derek, what kind of player are the Seahawks getting in you?
Just a great overall guy, man. Who's going to come in and put his best foot forward every single day. I feel like I play with a high motor, great attitude, and, this game really means a lot to me. So just really showing that love and appreciation and continue to do what got me there. So, man, I'm looking forward to it, but a great, humble guy who's going to come in and bust his butt every single day to help the team get better.
Where have you gotten better in the last year?
I feel like my game overall has evolved a lot in the last year, but the biggest thing for me was counters. So I feel like my counters have really, really gotten better, within the past year, and also my run is being a lot more stout, setting that edge. I feel like my junior year was really good, my senior year was really, really stout. That's why I've been an edge defender.
Derek, were you mostly into the line of scrimmage, or did you drop into coverage much?
Well, I did a lot. These last 2 years, I did a lot of different things. So I was on line of scrimmage playing outside. I played the end. I played outside backer. I dropped. I rushed. I was stacked back at the mic position doing a whole bunch of different stunts. So I was moved around a lot.
You played basketball in high school and ran track as well. What position did you play basketball?
I did. Basketball is just, it was huge for me because my uncle was really, really a big basketball guy. So once I had the opportunity to play basketball and get into it, I got into it late about the age of 12. So, once I got into the game of basketball, it was really, really good. And also track, just something that I always wanted to do to stay in shape, and I ended up being really, really good at that too. So, it's just an overall great for me.
What'd you run in track?
I did the 4x1, 4x2, 200, and I did long jump.
What was your best long jump?
Long jump, I don't want to lie to you, but I know my 200 time was a 21-1. I'll never forget that to the day I die.
You were a captain last season, is that right?
I was, that's correct.
What did that mean to you?
It was very, very special. So at Auburn University, our peers are the ones who get the opportunity to elect their teammates as captain, and that was very, very a lot more significant for me to have that known that my teammates picked me to help be a leader on that team, and to also feel like that I'm a guy who could be in that role and flourish, and feel like I'm the guy who can help that team get better and just continue to grow and take that next step as a program. So it was very, very special for me in that moment.
Going back to your track background, is that where you get your quick first step off the line?
I feel like it correlates a lot. So in track, you run out the blocks, you're being able to really not you're not able to go back with a false step. You put all your power into the ground and you push those block backwards. So I guess I can really see a correlation there with football and just really trying to get off and have an explosive and aggressive first step.
Derek, is there a player that you try to model your game after?
A huge Von Miller guy. Von coming out of college going to the league, he was a very, very highly speed guy, and going into Auburn, I was very much the same. And coming out of Auburn, I converted my game to a lot more power, and I feel like he's time in the league. He converts his game to a lot more power, and I feel like he's still very versatile and can do both. And I kind of feel like I retain those same assets.
Derek, what kind of a captain were you last year?
I'm sorry?
What kind of a leader were you last year?
What kind of leader? Right. I feel like I was a great leader. I feel like I was the guy. Through the job process, I got that back from a lot of teams that my coaches and peers, whoever they communicated with, told them that I was the alpha male, I was the guy. And I kind of feel like I shared that trait with a couple other guys, but I feel like I was the one. Just a guy who really motivates his team. The guy that really can't have a bad day, because if you have a bad day, the team in practice is going to be great. So just trying to do whatever I can, like I said, to help my team get better in every aspect of my life. And a lot of that takes losing sleep and, really not really focusing on you, but putting the team first and doing whatever you can to put your teammates before yourself. And whatever that requires, I'm willing to do to be successful.
I read you like to hunt and fish as well. Anything specific at all, or?
Yeah, so I hunt, I fish, I golf, I bowl, build trucks. So I do a lot of different stuff. But it's fishing. As far as fishing, I catch a lot of speckled trout, redfish, sheephead, triple-tail, red drum. Hunting, I deer hunt. I've never done anything else, but I do want to start getting the rabbit hunting and things like that. But like I said, I've never done anything else there. But like I said, besides that, I golf, I bowl, and I build trucks.
Wait, you build trucks?
Yeah.
Please explain.
Like not like from the frame, but as far as like taking like how it moves and gets around, I take completely everything off. So like there's nothing under the truck. Like you can crank it up, motor's good, all that's good, but wheels, brakes, rotors, tires, every single thing is completely going off the truck. Then I'll take it off, get it sent to powder, or get a bigger lift, get it powdered, and then put it back all together myself.
What's the proudest creation truck you've made?
Probably my first one. I bought my first truck, was 2014 Ram 1500, and the first time somebody put that together for me. Then the second time I bought that lift, and I was like, okay, I want to start trying to think myself. So, and it came out really good, powder coated losing orange, and I'm in love with that truck. That's my first one. That's one I'll never sell. So that will definitely be my pride and joy.
How old were you when you got that?
I got it when my second year at Auburn, so I've had it for 4 years now.
You mentioned how emotional. Sorry, Derek. You mentioned how emotional it was for you and your family when you got the call from the Seahawks. What did that represent? What does this moment represent for you and your family?
I think this moment represents just all the hard work and dedication. I've been telling everybody this night's not for me. This night's for my mother and the village that helped me get here. I'm blessed and honored. Tell my name, the one that was being called, but it's really, really special for me and my family. Like I said, this night not about me, so it was just really trying to enjoy the moment and take it for what it's worth. This once in a lifetime opportunity. Less than 1% of football athletes in the world get opportunity to play in the National Football League, and I was fortunate and great enough to have the opportunity. So like I said, we just really trying to enjoy the party, man.
Derek, how's your golf game?
Sir?
How's your golf game?
Oh, good. I went today. So me and my agents went today this morning, and we played really good. We played over at Sunkiss in Biloxi, and I shot a 97. So I'm playing a little bit of bogey golf there, but so it's not bad.
What's your best round ever?
92 or 91, something like that. So it ain't too much further ahead, but I hit them long and straight. So if I can hit them long and straight on every single hole, I'll definitely be in the mid 80s. So it's just one that want to go straight.
Anything else? All right, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hey, thank you.
There you go. There's Derek Hall, the draft pick of your Seattle Seahawks edge rusher out of Auburn. I like him. He's very personal.
Nice kid.
He's got good energy. He was a captain on the team last year. Just talked about all the different things he's interested in outside of football, golf, bowling, hunting, rebuilding trucks.
Well, I know, and these days there are some people that can't even change a tire. This guy's like rebuilding the whole thing.
Yeah, I'm
you
raising
could,
my
Bob.
hand for those of you watching on the stream.
How's the rabbit hunting out here? He said he wants to rabbit hunt. Anybody know about?
You're asking the wrong guy,
No,
man.
I don't know anything about that.
That's what my cat does all day.
Yeah, it's good in Dave's neighborhood.
Yeah, but yeah, he's very personable guy. So look, you got an edge rusher.
He's
You've
a former
got yourself.
track guy as well.
Yeah, you got a corner, you got a running back, and you got a receiver. So spreading it around, spreading the love.
We saw our guy though, center John Michael Schmitz, off the board, headed to the New York Giants. So the two, I don't know, premier centers or the top-rated centers in this draft are off the board with Tippmann out there, and then John Michael Schmitz is out. So.
What do you think people are going to go, as far as the grading system, when this thing's all done, and they're going to go off of basically the first two rounds, right? That's going to sort of carry what the Seahawks did. What do you think kind of grades they're going to get? Because I feel like people are just going to look at it and go, that's not what they needed at all. They did it, opposite of what they were supposed to do. And I feel like it's going to be graded roughly, just like last year with Ken Walker.
Oh, it's definitely going to be graded roughly. Definitely, because people think that defensive line needs to be shored up. But I challenge people to look at this draft differently. All right? Place yourself in John and Pete's shoes and try to understand why they made that move. There are different ways to do different things. And doesn't mean that your way of doing something isn't right and my way of doing something isn't right. We might get to the same goal making different moves, you know what I'm saying? So that's what I do with these picks. Even if there's picks that I don't necessarily understand, I go, all right, what's their thinking behind this? All right, maybe they're taking just the best player available. Maybe they think that they have enough right now in that defensive line room to throw three guys out there and be productive and add in other places. So that's the way I'm looking at this thing so far.
Yeah, it's going to test some fans. You're seeing some of the texts come in, which you guys can text in, 866-979-3776, powered by Mac and Jack's Brewing Company. You see it on Twitter, you see social media, people feeling like, hey, the needs are obvious. It's here, it's here, it's here. Instead, they went there.
Yeah.
So to a lot of fans are just going, how does that make sense? You didn't address your true weakness. It'll be addressed, and they did, again, need to emphasize, they did address it in the offseason. Draymond Jones is a guy they signed to a multi-year deal to shore up the interior. They bring back Jaron Reed, a guy that they know very well, to shore up the interior. So they've made moves with guys who have proven it at this level. These are guys we're hoping can do it at
That's a
this
great
level.
point, Bob. Yeah, look, it's like bird in the hand versus, two in the bush. I mean, we know for sure these guys can play, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, how well they're going to play. But you're right. I mean, you look at the linemen you mentioned, plus you got Devin Bush, Bobby Wagner, you got Julian Love. You're really getting a guy back in Jamal Adams. So, yeah, I think they, in a sense, have addressed the interior, the middle part of their defense.
And I would imagine they'll continue to do so with the remaining picks they've got here. We'll see if they make any moves, but right now not scheduled to pick again until pick number 83, which will be in the third round. Right now, pick number 59 is on the board. The Bills with pick number 59, and that pick is in. So we'll continue to keep you updated on everything that's happening. Second round of the 2023 NFL Draft happening as we speak. We are live at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Dave Wyman, Michael Bumpus, Bob Stelton with you right here. Seattle Sports on 710.
You're listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Screaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You are listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Screaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You're listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You're listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You're listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You are listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union.
Good evening and welcome to the NFL Draft.
This is Seattle's sports presentation of the NFL Draft. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. Your reaction to every Seahawks pick, streaming on the Seattle Sports app.
Our coverage of the 2023 NFL Draft is presented by Kitsap Credit Union as we come to you live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Dave Wyman, Michael Bumpus, Bob Stelton with you, taking you through second round action right now. The Bengals are on the clock with pick number 60. So as we sit right now, barring any moves by the Seahawks, their next scheduled pick is at 83, which is third round. And just to bring you up to speed, it's 7 minutes in between each pick here in the second round. When they get to the third round, it'll be 5 minutes between each pick. So it'll start to move even quicker. Looks like there are many fewer bodies out there than there were last night. And Bump and I were just talking during the break. I think presentation-wise and how this has looked on TV has been outstanding. I think they've killed it out there. I love the colors and the graphics and everything they've done out there. It looks like it's gone off incredibly well. But they had over 125,000 people there last night. And there's still thousands there today, but nothing close to last night.
Whoever's responsible for coordinating that, raise. Give them a raise right now. Look beautiful.
They've done a nice job, right?
Yeah, they've done a great job. And then good job on Kansas City, the fans showing up and supporting this. Because my thing was when they moved, where was it originally? The draft was always in New York, right? Yep. When they moved it out of New York, my concern was like, can you still have that same feel going to all these other places? And so far, it's been so good, and Kansas City hasn't disappointed either.
Well, and I was telling Dave, when I was doing national radio, they'd send us to the draft every year, and it was in New York every year, and it used to be at the theater, Madison Square Garden, which I don't know what the capacity is there. Like, I don't know, maybe 6,000 or something. Then it was at Radio City Music Hall, and now you're looking at these confined buildings and very limited crowd. And now you've got over 125,000 people showing up to this. And kudos to the NFL. They always figure out a way to monetize. They always figure out a way to how to turn something into money and turn it into an event. And the draft has long been an event now, and the combine is next. The combine they are going to figure out how to make money on, and it'll become just as big as the draft at some point. I guarantee it.
Yeah, there's fans already at the combine now, and I don't know how many. I mean, it was hard to kind of gauge, but they're trying to do business there. I mean, they got the suites is where they do the meetings and stuff like that, so they can't like pack the place like a normal game. But still, yeah, it's pretty amazing how far it's come. And I was talking to some of the guys like Steve Largent. I talked to Jacob Green. He said he was sitting on his couch in his dorm room. This was 1980, 81, I think. And a guy named Curtis Dickey, who also went to Texas A&M, got picked number 5. And then Jacob Green, I'm talking about, who's the Ring of Honor guy, played with him. And then he got picked at number 10. And so the running back, Dickey, I guess, gets up. I got to go to the airport and fly to Baltimore to play for the Colts. And then a few picks later, he's like, hey, man, I need a ride. So he said there was a ticket waiting for him to fly to Seattle. But, I mean, I think they were watching it on TV. I don't know if that was ESPN that was covering it then.
Probably.
Yeah.
But and you said you had to go to your brother's house because he had cable.
He had cable. Didn't have cable out in the sticks where we were. So, yeah. And, yeah, it was pretty. Mel Kiper was like, my grandma calls and goes, you need to send him a nice bottle of wine. Because he was like, yeah, if he hadn't had the injury, and he did this whole thing. And then we talked to him probably in 2012, and he remembered the quarterback who I was chasing out of bounds when I dislocated my knee at Stanford. Like, that guy's sick as far as like all the little details and things. Like, he was just, I remember he was there. It was Chris Berman, and it was just very low grade, kind of production. This is like you were saying, whoever's in charge of the display, the lights.
Awesome.
Look at, they've gotten all the colors exactly right. Like, that's Jacksonville Jaguar turquoise or whatever that is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then
looks great.
They've lit the whole thing up, and like you said, 125,000. I mean, this is just amazing.
One, it's such a big deal for the cities it comes to now because it brings in revenue. It brings in people from out of town and hotels and restaurants, and you've got cities bidding on this now, and it's amazing. What year did you come out, Bump?
2008.
2008. So what were you doing? I know you were a free agent.
I was at grandma's house in the backyard. The first day I didn't even watch it. I'm like, I'm not getting drafted early. So I went out and I played golf. And then once you got to like the 4th and 5th round, then I kind of locked it in. But I was drinking mojitos and chilling because I was like, I probably won't get drafted. Let's just have a good time and wait for these phone calls after the draft.
Was your agent telling you that? Like, hey, you're probably going to be a free agent?
Yeah, he said you're either late or you're going to be a free agent. So then teams would call me and be like, hey, man, if you don't get picked up, we're going to try to grab you. So I had an idea where I was headed.
Well, when it was getting late in the round, you almost don't want to be drafted, right? Because now there's not a big difference money-wise.
No.
And you get to choose if you're a free agent, right?
Yeah, once it got late, I'm like, I'm good. I have 4 teams that I've narrowed it down to that I want to choose from. And then my agent was just like, you should go to Seattle. They're closest to where you're at. They've watched you this whole time. I really wanted to go to New England, though. Come on, man, let me go to New England. I'm looking at Wes Welker. I'm like, I could be Wes Welker, but I think I made the right decision.
Well, but also, wasn't there something to getting drafted?
Yeah.
I mean, even if you're like the last picker and the last 5, the best thing to do really is to not get drafted if you're at that point. But the tag of being drafted, was that like a lure for you?
It was for a little bit, but once I realized the situation when it came down to the money and the options, and I was like, all right, I'm okay. I wasn't okay with it, but I came to terms with it. How about that?
So what I like that. I mean, so 08, that the draft was becoming a very big deal. It wasn't like this.
No, I was still in New York at the time.
Yeah. So it was still a big deal, though.
Yeah.
It was
I used to
becoming an event.
I used to wake up as a kid, man, and just sit in front of my TV and watch the whole draft. My mom used to be like, you don't want to go outside? You want to do anything else? I go, no, I just want to watch the draft and see what's going on.
Yeah, it's just the way it's grown from year to year to year, and it's just I'm telling you, these rings for ESPN and NFL Network are going to be through the roof, and it is amazing how the NFL is just they've got the Midas touch. Everything they do, everything they touch turns to gold. And I'm telling you, the combine is next, and it's already we've already seen it become a bigger deal. It's become more of an event.
Damn.
For viewers and fans.
You make me feel old, Bump. That was my 5th year doing pre and post radio for the Seahawks in 2008.
It's all good, baby. We're here together now, though.
Oh, there's your guy, Juice Scruggs. Center out of Penn State, headed to the Texans with the 62nd pick. So we've seen 3 centers off the board in this round with John Michael Schmitz and
Tippmann.
Tippmann, yeah. So centers are going. Does that speak to the confidence? I think I kind of viewed it, Dave. I don't know how you viewed it, but Evan Brown I kind of looked at as, all right, is he depth? I don't know. Do they just immediately sign him and say, that's our guy, we're good? Or I don't feel like it's locked in, but maybe it is. Maybe I'm not giving Evan Brown enough credit or their faith in him enough credit.
Yeah, maybe. And I would say the same thing because I kind of feel the same way as you. I wanted him to go draft a center. But, the thing I would say about that is he got beat out by Frank Ragnow, who's one of the better centers in the league. I mean, he really is. I don't know if he went. I think he went to the Pro Bowl at some point. But, yeah, that's why he got moved over to guard. So maybe he can play center, I mean, he got beat out by somebody that's really good.
Oh, Juice is gone. Juice is his claim to fame is all about his hand placement and being able to square up pass rushers, guys trying to get after the quarterback. Below average step quickness. He's not really the quickest guy out there. He snaps the football, but very intelligent as you need to be as a center. But yes, definitely a guy that I was hoping that the Seahawks took up. So now we must move on to the next.
So who do you have left on your list here now? The Seahawks again are not scheduled to pick for 20 more picks. We're at pick 63 right now.
Okay.
Broncos are going to announce that selection here. DeMarcus Ware up there to make that pick for the Broncos. But so we're 20 picks away from the next time the Seahawks will be on the clock unless they decide to trade up.
All right, real quickly, interior defensive lineman, still got Siaka Ika from Baylor, got Zach Pickens from South Carolina, and when you move over to the LB spot, I got Dayon Henley from WSU. There's no bias there. Dude can play, okay? And then Henry To'oto'o from Alabama, and then also Noah Sewell from Oregon. So we'll see if they pick up any of those guys.
Okay, and just to update you, wide receiver out of Oklahoma, Marvin Mims Jr., headed to the Denver Broncos with pick number 63. So there you go. I'm not sure what you're trying to tell me there, Lefko, but he's Marvin Mims
It's a
Jr.
really strange hand signal right there.
And now he's going to show me some exceedingly small print that I can't see from this.
I think he told you to go bleep yourself, Bob.
I'm not entirely sure. We'll figure out what he was telling me. We'll see what comes up after this pick. Here we continue with our 2023 NFL Draft coverage live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Michael Bumpus, Dave Wyman, Bob Stelton with you. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
You're listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You are listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You're listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You're listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You're listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You're listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You're listening to the 2023 NFL Draft. Hear reaction to every Seahawks pick on Seattle Sports and streaming live on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union.
We got the third round underway. The Bears with the first selection, and I'm not sure who this goofball is. Cole Bennett, video director and founder of Lyrical Lemonade, is up there making the pick for the Chicago Bears. I should have known who that was. But there'll be 5 minutes in between each of these picks. So third round is underway with the Bears making the first selection. The Seahawks have pick number 83. So this will be happening quickly, and we'll see how much action there is in the way of trades and whatnot. But
there he is. God dang it! Sorry.
There's another one off of the board that Mike had his eye on. Zach Pickens, defensive tackle out of South Carolina, headed to the Chicago Bears with the very first pick of the third round.
Man, really like this kid. He is great through contact. A lot of guys, you get contact on him and you impede progress, right? Not him. He's going to keep going forward and applying that pressure. Great with his hands, too, can recognize and look at the QB's eyes and make plays. That was guy who was on my list. He is no longer there, so I will keep researching and moving on.
Your list is getting smaller and smaller, isn't it?
Man. It's getting smaller.
You know what I love about football is that a guy who lives doing something like that is so different from what like a receiver does.
Yeah.
I mean, if you are powerful and you got great moves, great feet inside, I mean, it's just such a different skill set, and that's kind of what the Seahawks.
And you got to be just relentless at that position.
Yeah.
Some receivers, as a receiver, right, I can line up, look at the defense, and know I'm not going to get this ball. Now I'm selfish. I'm going to run a half-ass, can I say that, route? Am I in trouble? Okay. And not help my boy out, But me, I never did that. But you see receivers do that. At that position, interior, any position in the box, if you do not go 100% at all times, you will get dominated and embarrassed. So anyone who plays in the box, especially on that defensive line, much love to you.
Yeah, it's pretty immediate and obvious we get whooped.
Yeah. Yes.
So another one off of the board for Michael Bumpus. He's researching the best of what's left. Seahawks picking number 83. The 65th pick is on the clock right now with the Philadelphia Eagles. Meanwhile, the Seahawks went running back earlier in the second round. Zach Charbonnet, a guy that Michael Bumpus very excited about that they add to the running back room there. Here he is addressing the media moments ago.
Were you surprised? What was your reaction when the Seahawks picked you today?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I was just excited, just being with my family. It's just a great moment for us. In the draft, you never really know where you're going. So didn't know, if I was going to Seattle or somewhere else, but, I'm just excited for this opportunity.
How would you describe yourself as a player, Zach?
Yeah, definitely just as a runner, just a physical running style. Downhill, one cut, that's the type of game I play, but, also ability to make someone miss and then just catching out the backfield. Just another type of player I am, just playing wherever I am, just special teams, anything the team needs me to. So, that's the type of player that the Seattle's getting, and that's the type of player I'm going to be when I get up there.
Are you familiar with the Seahawks, what they did last season at all, or are you just paying attention to what you were trying to do?
I was attention a little bit last season. Usually I'm pretty locked in on my own film, watching opponents like that at UCLA. But I saw the seasons that they're having, and I know they're looking for improvement too. So I'm just excited to be a part of it.
The follow up to that is just, what do you think you can bring to this team as a running back who can catch and run the ball out of the backfield?
Yeah. At the end of the day, it's all about competition. But I know the type of person that I'm going to bring to this team. I'm going to work hard every single day. And, my main focus all the time is to be the hardest work in the building. That's someone they're going to get. They're going to get someone that's physical as well. And like you say, being able to run the ball and catch out the backfield, that's another type of person that they're going to get too. But definitely mentality is what they're going to get.
Zach, where do you feel like you've improved the most as a player during your college career, and what area going to the NFL do you think is still the biggest area of improvement for you?
Yeah, so definitely just catching the ball at the backfield. That's something I massively improved going from my junior to senior year. That's something I'm going to keep on improving as well, going to the next level. And then also something at the next level, I really need to improve on is my pass pro. I feel like I did a great job IDing my guys. So, sometimes I just get beat in those one-on-one situations. So, especially being able to protect the quarterback as well, that's something I got to continue and work to get better at.
Was the movement from Michigan to UCLA just kind of playing time and wanting to be closer to home and all that, or I guess take us to kind of that how you feel like it works out?
Actually, battling during those years, hearing we're not going to play a season the next season, so I decided to come back home, and I ended up choosing UCLA in case we did play, and just going through that process, just looking at Coach Foster and and Chip Kelly, those are the two main people that get me UCLA. And that's kind of the main thing. I was really and then time to come back home. So
you gonna be okay playing for a USC guy here?
Hey, man, if we win, whatever it takes.
Did you have much communication last year with Ken Norton Jr. at all when he joined the staff there? Or?
Oh yeah, we talk every single day, especially going in pass pro drill. So, getting back to linebackers, we used to talk mess all the time. So I'm really familiar with Ken Norton.
Where are you talking from now?
I'm home right now.
You in is that Thousand Oaks or where are you?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Zach.
There you go, Zach Charbonnet out of UCLA, the newest addition in that running back room for the Seattle Seahawks. So I got to tell you, I'm kind of excited because Bump is excited. He gave a fist pump. He kind of gave a little, whoo, yeah, you like that one.
I mean, obviously I felt like you could have gone to a different position, but I understand what needs to be done with this offense. You need a solid number 2 running back. And I think his running style complements Ken Walker perfectly. Ken Walker is your big play type of dude. Now, I think Charbonnet has big playability in him. He's not as fast as Ken Walker. I think Charbonnet does a better job setting his blocks, has a nice little feel of the scheme or whatnot. We saw Ken Walker towards the end of the year or in the beginning of the year always for that big run, right? I think with Zach Charbonnet, you're not going to have to worry about that. If it's a trap and we're going to trap that one tech, that guy over the nose, I'm going to give my guard a chance to wrap around and do his thing, and I'm going to follow him. He's just a disciplined type of runner. So I think they'll complement each other. Could have gone in a different direction, but if you're going there, I appreciate the pick.
Yeah, I'm going to pump my fist when they take Ty J. Spears, the kid from Tulane.
Yeah.
That's the guy I kind of fell in love with, but I feel like that wouldn't be a bad move. I mean, you still need more running backs, right?
Well, yeah, you got 3 as you sit right now with Charbonnet, K9, and DJ Dallas.
Yeah.
And as we've seen, that's not enough.
Well, Homer gone.
Benny's gone.
Yeah. Chris Carson went last year, retired. So
Collins, they let go. So, yeah, it's 3 is not enough.
He's kind of a different, like he's kind of like a little jitterbug type. You could get out and throw him a screen, get him out in space. But yeah, I wouldn't be mad at him. Bump likes to say, I wouldn't be mad at him if they picked another running back. You have enough edge rushers, I know that, but also I feel like in this day and age you can't have enough running backs.
Yeah, it's. I would imagine whether they do it in the draft or they free agency, they bring in another running back or two to compete. But yeah, they've learned a lesson at running back because they've just been beset by injuries over the years to the point of getting guys to come out of retirement and things like that. So I think there's a lesson learned there that room cannot have enough bodies in there. Latest pick. Sidney Brown, safety out of Illinois, headed to the Philadelphia Eagles at pick number 66.
He's one of the twin brothers. Saw a thing on them this morning, and I think they're from Ontario, and a family down in Florida took them in, and the twins play at University of Illinois. One's a running back, and the other a safety. So nice to see that. Really good kids, and interesting story that they were living in like a halfway house, I think, in Canada or something, and good athletes, and somebody took them in, and they're just great kids, man. Got an opportunity.
Were the Illini on your radar this year interview too? Because they've
No.
put out what, 3 guys being drafted now, all on defense so far.
Yeah, I looked at their schedule, and they had like a 6-game win streak. They beat some good teams, and they lost I think they had 3 losses. They were all close to either one score or like 9 points. So I think there was a 2-point loss to Michigan. So yeah, I actually played there my sophomore year at Stanford, the Illini. But yeah, it's not really like you said. It's not like a program that you talk about all the time. I remember Lovie Smith coached there.
Yeah,
that was notable. But other than that, you don't really think about Illini football.
Yeah. By the way, just quickly, the Eagles go back to back. Before that, they took a guard out of Alabama. Tyler Steen was their pick before that. So they had picks number 65 and 66. So they go Tyler Steen and then Sidney Brown, and the Denver Broncos are up with number 67 overall here as we are a third round of the 2023 NFL Draft, live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Michael Bumpus, Dave Wyman, Bob Stelton with you. We continue here, Seattle Sports on 710.
You're listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You are listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You are listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You are listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You're listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You are listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You're listening to the 2023 NFL Draft. Hear reaction to every Seahawks pick on Seattle Sports and streaming live on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union.
That looks great. You got the Lions colors, their logo being projected on the outside of the building there in Kansas City where the draft is being held. Third round action going on as we speak. The Lions with their pick.
Your
number
favorite
68.
team.
Yeah, my favorite team, the Detroit Lions. Just in honor of the late, great John Clayton, I'll own that one. I'll go with it. So I'm anxious to see what my team's going to do here. As we continue live from the Virginia Mason Athletics Center, Bob Stelton, Dave Wyman, Michael Bumpus with you. The Seahawks pick 83 is when they are next scheduled to pick here in the third round. There's a reminder, 5 minutes in between each pick, so this moving a bit quicker. We are at pick 68, so you're just about 15 picks away from the Seahawks' next turn, barring any moves they may make. And Bump has been feverishly looking at available players out there because his heart has been broken left and right with guys being taken off of his list by other teams, except for the running back the Seahawks went with Zach Charbonnet out of UCLA. You were excited about that. A lot of the big guys, a lot of the guys in the trenches, which is an area we thought they'd be addressing, have been taken off the board.
If the Lions take who my buddy says they took, this is a very smart move.
Who is it?
And I've been waiting for this young man to be taken off the board.
Who is it?
You want me to tell you?
Yeah.
Hooker.
And
Yeah, I
Hooker?
was just going to ask about him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking at Daniel Jeremiah's best remaining, and he's top of the list.
And
there.
it makes complete sense.
Right.
That's who I thought the Hawks might take because he's a Geno type of quarterback to me. You know, athletic enough to make a few plays, but is going to sit in the pocket and do his thing and doesn't need to play right now. I look at the Detroit Lions and the Seahawks, and I think they're similar, right? You got an offense that's pretty solid and ready to go. The defense has struggled a little bit, but who's going to be the next guy? Because I think Jared Goff is going to be there for 10 years, and then we know Geno's not going to be here for 10 years. I really like this pick.
Yeah, I was just looking at now he got hurt at the end of the season.
Yeah, his knee.
Yeah, so
I like the breakdown. They called him an athletic Sam Bradford. Saying he's very accurate. That's one of his strengths is his accuracy and a more athletic version of Sam Bradford, who, as you know, Dave, didn't have a lot to work with in his time in St. Louis.
I think you explained that to me.
He's paid, though. He's money.
Like he had come from St. Louis, and so there was one time I was arguing with him that he wasn't that good, and Bob followed me into the bathroom, arguing with me. I'm like, Bob, let me do some business here, and
We'll pick
be
this up
with you.
later.
Yeah, we'll pick it up later. Yeah, I mean he's produced last year 69% completion percentage and threw for 3,100 yards.
Look at his career numbers: 80 touchdowns, 12 picks in 49 games.
Well, and last year 27 touchdowns, 2 picks.
Goodness.
2 picks in 11 games. I admire that so much. That year that Aaron Rodgers, when he had 2 interceptions, that's just unbelievable. Unbelievable discipline, great decision making, goes along with the completion percentage, and yeah, this guy's a good project. Like you said, he didn't have to play next year.
Yeah, so he tore his ACL in mid-November. So we'll see what that does to his development. I mean, in the case of Detroit, they don't need him to come out right away. You got Jared Goff, your guy, coming off a really productive year. I mean, you look at Jared Goff's numbers, man. He's He's had a pretty nice run there in Detroit with Dan Campbell as his head coach. So,
I always think, like, what if I sat next to him on, like, a long plane ride, and then I would just go, man, I got to tell you, it started off rough for you.
I've been clowning you for years.
Yeah, and I really didn't like you, but now I really like you. I like him. I think he's a nice kid, and he's doing a good job there. So, yeah, I'm very interested in the Lions as well. I know Professor joked around about being your team. I think you probably mentioned it twice in a row or something. And
I think we were talking about Campbell because we both kind of got a kick out of him. And
Yeah.
like once we saw Hard Knocks, we're like, John, you kind of get why these guys would, run through a wall for him.
Yeah.
And he just seemed, your favorite team, the Detroit Lions, they're doing this.
And then he just kept on with it.
Yeah. They just became my favorite team in his mind.
Yeah.
So,
But, I mean, you saw him. I think it really helped. That was a great move for them to go on Hard Knocks
Yeah.
because, you really should. The two coordinators, that were going after each other, Aaron Glenn and
Deuce Staley.
Yeah, Deuce Staley. I mean, they've got a bunch of ex-players there coaching. It's a good group. They got a good program going.
Here's a sleeper pick for you guys right here. This kid is going to make some noise. He's 5'8", 5'9", so no one wanted to take a chance on him. He was probably the second best route runner in NCAA football. He led the country in yards 2 years in a row. My guy, come on.
Go say it.
Throw it out there.
Hurry up, kid.
Come on, kid. Get it out there, Tank Dell. Love this kid out of Houston, man. And he was at the Senior Bowl.
What's up with his legs?
Messy. He's a little guy.
Tiny.
He's a little guy.
5'8" and 3/8",
He's a little guy.
165.
That's why people are scared of him. Because they're like, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do if he gets pressed? He goes, they're not gonna touch him. He gets off the press. He's very impressive. Now, size is a concern. I understand that, but the way this game is now, the way the receivers are being protected, I think there's a spot for him. Really like this dude.
Who are these people they have announcing the picks? They got him listed as a content creator.
Those are social media guys.
That kid?
Yeah.
You just got to learn the new TikTok dances, and you'll be right there with them. Bob.
I'm good. I'm good. I know enough. I don't need to know more things. But yeah, they had him up there announcing that pick. By the way, who's your guy? You got somebody on the inside. Somebody's feeding you these picks before we even get them here.
If you just pop open the laptop, and I think someone's getting the information before we're getting it here, and they are feeding it to me.
I got you.
I remember Clayton had that, and he was so thrilled by that.
He loved it.
Oh, if he could know something 5 seconds before you did,
he loved it.
He loved that stuff.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun for him. As tight end Raymond Chester. I don't remember him, but
I remember Raymond Chester. I was a Raider fan, believe it or not.
Up there making a pick for the Raiders. They got a few of the cheerleaders.
Those cheerleaders, by the way, they were there doing work at the games, like trying to distract you. I remember talking to the coaches, and like 3 or 4 of them like got behind the coach, and they were like,
they were instructed to
kind of
distract the opposition.
Yeah,
once you lose your focus, and
that was an Al Davis trick.
Yeah, I'm sure it probably worked a time or two out there. So the Raiders made this is pick number 70, by the way. So you're now 13 picks away from where the Seahawks are sitting, barring any moves they make up or down. So the Raiders with pick number 70 here in the 3rd round, making their selection, and we'll see what they come up with. There's a lot of yakking going on. There's a lot of talking going on here, Dave.
Yeah, Raymond's drawing it out here. He's got his moment. So yeah, I remember Big Raymond. I grew up in Northern California, as I explained. They used to have these pre and post game like shows that they would have all these different players on, like Ken Stabler and Fred Biletnikoff and who's the guy from the University of Mars? Remember there was steam.
Oh yeah, Otis Sistrunk.
Otis Sistrunk.
Yeah.
Then there was a guy named Willie Hall that was rumored to be a truck driver, and he just came and showed up and made the team. He was a linebacker. Yeah, it was a cool.
Who else? Dave Casper.
Dave Casper, the Ghost.
Yeah.
Jim Otto, who had a Burger King halfway between Stanford and Reno when I used to drive back and forth, and he had a picture of himself up on the wall, and it had a line pointing to every surgery that he had had.
Oh, God.
And I go, that is awful. I'll never be that guy. I could have one of those charts.
You could
right
have
now.
a chart like that.
I could have a poster. Yeah.
By the way, the Raiders go with a defensive tackle, Brian Young, out of Alabama, headed there. Was he on your list?
Brian Young, knew who he was, looked him up, but wasn't a list of the guy that I was really sought after. 6'2", 250. If this number is correct, this can't be right. What do you think his 40-yard dash was? This cannot be
How
right.
big is he?
He is 6'2", 250.
6'2", 250. So I'm going to say, what, 4'8"?
4'4'3".
No, really?
4'4'3". That is ridiculous
Wow.
right there. Says he's chiseled, athletic body type. Plays with a great motor, twitchy. You like that word, right,
Twitchy.
Dave?
I like the
Twitchy.
E's.
Twitchy.
We love those.
Elite first step, quickness.
Goodness.
I bet you're quick running a 4'4'3".
Yeah.
Goodness gracious.
How many Alabama players is that now? Got to be 6, 7, maybe.
Sure.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
we've had 2 or 3 today, and
Another running back off the board here in the third round, Kendre Miller out of TCU, headed to the New Orleans Saints with pick number 71, just under 6 feet tall, and he's athletic, productive. He's a guy that TCU's had a couple players that have been picked up so far in this draft. So another running back going.
they had that championship game. Was it against Kansas State that went into overtime? And yeah, that was a really good
I think Brock
game.
called that game too, actually.
Did he?
I think Brock called that game.
Yeah, they have a good program going there. But what about
Is that Archie Manning on the wall back there?
I bet
with
it
the
is.
one bar.
Number 8.
The one bar over as a face mask, which just seems pretty pointless, to be honest. I'm not sure what that was going to get in the way of.
I'll tell you, one of the better GMs in the league is Mickey Loomis, who is down in New Orleans, and he actually used to be the comptroller here. He was like a finance guy, and now he's a GM, and he's done a good job down there.
Like real quick on Miller, that was one of the running backs I really liked for the Hawks as well. Really quick in the backfield. He's described as a slippery running back, so that means he's not very big, right? He has to make you miss in the backfield. Really good with his first steps and allowing things to develop for him, and then he just hits it and he goes like Miller out of TCU.
But you don't like him as much as Charbonnet.
No, not nearly as much.
There we go. Seahawks win. That's what that means.
Definitely.
All right. The pick is in for the Arizona Cardinals, pick number 72 as we continue through the third round. Again, a reminder, Seahawks picking at number 83 as we sit currently. We keep you up to date on every pick, everything that's happening through night number 2 of the 2023 NFL Draft, live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. It's Michael Bumpus, Bob Stelton, Dave Wyman with you, Seattle Sports on 710.
You're listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You are listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You are listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You are listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You're listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You're listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You're listening to the 2023 NFL Draft. Hear reaction to every Seahawks pick on Seattle Sports and streaming live on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union.
Third round continues of the 2023 NFL Draft, and we've got it covered for you wall to wall right here. Seattle Sports on 710. We are live at the Virginia Mason Athletics Center here with Dave Wyman, Michael Bumpus, Bob Stelton with you. The text line is there for you if you guys want to text in 866-979-3776, powered by Mac and Jack's Brewing Company. Seth in Fresno says, Bob and Dave showing their age with the TikTok comments.
What? I didn't make a TikTok comment.
No, we were talking about who the little goofball was up at the mic there with the oversized hat, and he was a content creator.
Oh, so it's somebody who acted like a jackass on the internet. Is that right?
They've done something to draw attention to themselves on the internet, so they're called a content creator.
Oh, that's so interesting, and wow, I really respect that.
Meanwhile, latest pick is a wide receiver out of Tennessee, Jalen Hyatt, going to the New York Giants. 6 feet tall, 176 pounds, very light, 176, and he's almost 6'1". So.
That's like that little receiver that you were talking about, Bump. Tank? Is that his name?
That's his nickname.
The skinniest dude.
Yeah,
That'd be
$155.
Ironic nickname. Yeah, $160, I think he was. Holy moly.
This guy right here had 6 catches, 5 for touchdowns against Alabama. Like, he's a system type of guy. He's going to the New York Giants. All you got to do is put him on deep cross, posts, and goes, and he's going to stretch that defense. I'm surprised he lasted this long. Now, he's thin, so people are going to say, of course, look, you watch the highlight, you barely tap him, he falls down. Yeah. But, again, with the rules of today, I think he can thrive, man. He's going to be a deep shot type of receiver for the New York Giants. I like that pick.
Could you imagine, like, back in – because I always talk about the fact that if you go back and look at completion percentage for quarterbacks and, like, Elway and everything, it's not even –
awful.
Not even close. And the reason is you could just maul the receiver. I mean, it was just – I mean, there was no way a guy like that could exist in the NFL. And, look, they made the changes for the better. It's kind of like what Major League Baseball is doing now with the shift and everything, that they want more offense. And the defense always gets screwed. It's always for the offensive players, like Bob.
Back in my day, they used to be able to hit you too. SC,
yeah.
They used to, my goodness, you had to keep your head on the swivel. If that ball was not in the air, they were going to touch you.
Yeah.
For sure.
That's Pete, huh?
Yeah.
Love you, Pete.
Pete was sending them out, the assassins out there, just taking out receivers, putting the fear in them. Pick number 74 belongs to the Cleveland Browns. They are making the pick right now. Again, so you're less than 10 picks away from the Seahawks' next turn up there at the podium, assuming they keep that pick and don't trade up or down. But Browns sitting here with pick 74. It's another wide receiver, another one out of Tennessee, Cedric Tillman, headed to the Cleveland Browns. So a couple of Tennessee receivers going here, listed at almost 6'4", 213 pounds, ran a 4.54 40-yard dash out there.
Yeah, tell me more of your possession type of receiver, right? Bigger body, can go across the middle, make the tough catches. Imagine having those two. You had Hyde, who was just drafted, who's your downfield guy. Now you got this guy, Tillman, going across the middle. Then you pair those guys up with Hendon Hooker. Man, if Hooker stayed healthy, I feel like Tennessee could have been in the college football playoff.
If you could pick let's say 3 programs. I mean, as far as just pumping out talent, obviously Alabama has got to be number 1.
Right. Georgia.
I feel like, yeah, Georgia has gotten, especially at Clemson, but to me, I like LSU and also Wisconsin. Wisconsin has had a lot of really tough kids. That's where Joe Tippmann is from, and they typically have. But you know, you look at, you're right, Tennessee. It could be, Florida,
Ohio State.
Florida State, not so much anymore.
Not like they were back in the day.
Miami. Remember
Yeah.
at Florida State, Miami? That was like
everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, they had players everywhere coming out of there.
I got to say also, for a while there, Stanford was pumping out some good players, and then Then they tightened up the academic rules because they didn't want to be known as a bonehead school. So yeah, because I remember the story. Reggie Bush, before all that happened, Reggie Bush had like a 4.0 and decent. I guess his SATs weren't that good, and they wouldn't let him in. He wanted to go to Stanford.
Really?
Yeah, and I was so pissed. And I'm, was involved in everything back then, and I'm like, oh, come on, man, really?
One of the best college football players I've ever
Oh,
seen.
same here. Yeah, so I loved, and I remember talking to one of the scouts in the NFL, a buddy I used to play with, and he's like, yeah, this is the best college player I've ever seen. Yeah.
Definitely.
And you couldn't let him in because his SATs were a tick low.
Reggie Bush was so good when he played us. And, when the offense gets off the field, you sit down, you talk to your coaches. And most of the time, after my coach is done talking, I sit down and I just recoup. I'd get up and be like, all right, let's see what Reggie's going to do with us, man. Because he took a punt to the house against us. I want to say, threw a pass against us. You never knew. I've never saw a player at the college level make it look so easy with my own eyes. It was crazy.
Plus, you had Lendale White there with him as well, and you had Mike Williams. You had
Matt Leinart.
Dwayne Jarrett.
Dwayne Jarrett.
Yeah.
Yep, Leinart was there.
Yeah, Matt Leinart. You had Carson Palmer. Yeah, there was a lot of talent running through USC there, man. That's a school, for whatever reason, they've got receivers that at that level kill. You don't see a lot of huge USC receivers in terms of huge careers at the NFL level.
Dwayne Jarrett fizzled out. Steve Smith did. Mike Williams fizzled out as well.
Yep.
You're right. We'll see what Addison looks like. That one drafted this year, Jordan Addison. Let's see what he does.
Yeah, but it's not a thing, Bob.
Not like the Ohio State quarterback.
Just because you wear a USC uniform and you're a receiver, that doesn't mean that you are kapute in the NFL. Come on.
Was Robert Woods USC as well?
Yeah, Robert Woods.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just
he was always a thorn in the side when he would come to town.
Yeah, it's just interesting for a program that's had so much talent at that spot and dominate at the college level what they haven't done at the pro level. So much like the thing that is the Ohio State quarterbacks, the curse of Ohio State exists.
I feel like I'm watching a couple. I'm the third wheel, and and you're at dinner, and you guys are talking about stuff that you talked about years back, and I'm just now getting caught up in understanding what's going on. So the thing has been Ohio State quarterbacks. You bought into that they do not make good.
Especially if you send an Ohio State quarterback to the Chicago Bears. That makes it even worse because no quarterback.
Or the Browns.
Well, and Tom Zach is the one who has actually that. Has the best career in the NFL, and he played for the Bears. They've never had a 4,000 yard, or 30 touchdowns.
Isn't that crazy?
Their highest is 29 touchdowns in a year.
Was it Jay Cutler?
No, I think it was Tom Zach.
Yeah.
I think I'll have to look, but maybe Jay Cutler.
I mean, they went to the Super Bowl with Rex Grossman.
Yeah,
maybe Rex Grossman. Maybe
Rex Grossman might have been Eric Kramer. Might have. It's been a real who's who out there. Brian Greasy and Cade McNown.
We got on this. You know what this came about, Bob? Was we were talking to a guy in Chicago because that was when the very first rumors about Russ wanting a trade, and that was before the 2021 season. And we started talking to this guy in Chicago, and he's like, you got to know what's going on here as far as quarterbacks go. And then, then we started looking at the whole Ohio State thing. It just has never worked out. But John kind of agreed with Bob Schneider.
Yeah.
He's like, well, they have this kind of offense and this and that. And I'm like, yeah, but they've had all kinds of different offenses.
Weird. It is.
If you're a GM, Stolten, if you're a GM and you're sitting there and C.J. Stroud and you need a quarterback,
I was just asking him that.
You're
same
not
question
taking
before. I think there would be something in the back of my mind going, All right, what am I missing here? What is going to be the shortfall? What is going to be the shortcoming at the NFL level that I'm not seeing? Because I don't know how it can be a thing, but it just is. I mean, history tells you that. There's nobody to counter to say no, you're forgetting about this guy. No, nobody's been forgotten. It's just a weird thing. Different coaches, different players, different systems.
Coincidence.
Yeah, it's a long, continuous coincidence, and maybe Stroud will be the guy to break it. Maybe it'll be Justin Fields, who's a great runner, but at this point, not somebody I'd look at as a brilliant passer.
I really like Stroud, and you know what I heard about him and Will Anderson. Houston. I mean, that's interesting to watch those two guys. Those might be their two leaders for like the next 10 years. But Will Anderson and Stroud also supposedly are known to be guys to hold their teammates accountable, like they're leaders, in other words. So, you're in Houston, you just put a C on both those guys' chests and say, go with it, young man.
First training camp, you put a C on them.
Yeah.
Really? You would do that? If you're a veteran and those two come in and they give them a C right now, you have no issue with it?
Yeah. Oh, I'd have an issue.
You didn't say that's what they should do.
If I'm D'Amico Ryans, I don't think there's anybody that carries more respect with the players than D'Amico Ryan.
Right. Speaking of Ohio State, they had a defensive end that went to the Falcons in the last pick, Zach Harrison, defensive end out of Ohio State going, and the selection of the New England Patriots at 76, a linebacker, Marte Mapu, I'm not sure how you say his name, out of Sacramento State.
Love to see the Big Sky get some love. Come on, Sac State's been killing the Big Sky lately too, man. Good for them.
That's where we got our head coach at Stanford.
Really, Sac State?
Sac State.
All right.
All right. Well, we are rapidly approaching the Seahawks pick at 83. So currently the pick is already in for pick number 77, which is the Los Angeles Rams. We'll get you that. And everything else going on is third round action of the 2023 NFL Draft continues. We are live at the Virginia Mason Athletics Center. Dave Wyman, Michael Bumpus, Bob Stelton with you. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
You're listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You are listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You are listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You are listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You're listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You are listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union.
Good evening and welcome to the NFL Draft.
This is Seattle Sports presentation of the NFL Draft. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. Your reaction to every Seahawks pick, streaming on the Seattle Sports app.
They are flying through the third round as we speak. Pick number 79 happening right now with the Indianapolis Colts taking a wide receiver out of North Carolina, Josh Downs, headed to the Indianapolis Colts. So we're up to pick number 80. Seahawks have pick number 83 coming up here. So it's a matter of moments they'll be up there. You got the Steelers, Titans, and Bucks ahead of them. So the Steelers are on the clock as we speak, followed by the Titans, the Bucks, and then the Seattle Seahawks will make their final pick of the day, barring a trade back into the third round, or maybe they trade down. We'll see what happens with number 83 here. But
You're going to hear me scream out like Bump did if they pick my guy Ty J. Spears.
Hey, huh?
A little scat back.
out of where?
Tulane.
Tulane.
Anybody? Their mascot? You
Tulane.
can answer.
I know that.
You do?
Isn't it? I can say it. Isn't a
Go
wave?
ahead.
It's a wave.
It's the Green Wave.
Yeah, it's a wave.
Tulane Green Wave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
you're allowed to say that here.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't want him to answer. I was going to quiz. I was quizzing.
He's like, can I say it?
It's different. I listen to y'all, and I'm like, hey, we can say that? Okay. Taking that to 10-2. Let's go.
It's finding out that there's lots of rules on our show.
Yeah, or it's some rules we just ignore, is what he's hearing.
Yeah.
You're allowed to say it. Yeah, we might have been called into the principal's office a time or two, but we speak how we speak, man. That's what makes the show brilliant. But no, this is the pick is in for the Carolina Panthers at pick number 80, number 17 overall in the third round, and we take you through the end of the third round. Fourth round starts tomorrow, so you will be out here with I believe it's Mike Salk and Stacy Ross tomorrow.
Yes,
right?
that is correct.
Correct in the coverage tomorrow.
Yep. Salk and Stacy.
Yeah. So they'll be taking you through the rest of it starting tomorrow here at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. So it'll be interesting to see if the Seahawks, in the sense they've been very un-Seahawk-like in the way they've not been moving around. And I don't know if it's for lack of desire. I think especially those first two picks, from what we heard, the phones were ringing a lot. Just wasn't the deal that captured their imagination or that they felt good about. So no deals made last year on any of their picks, no trading up or down. And to this point, we're approaching their second pick here of the third round. No movement.
I wonder if Schneider would, maybe I'll ask him this, but were they trying to get too cute? And then the other thing is maybe they got away from who they were because you were drafting where you were, later in the rounds, and then you had competitive rosters at that time, so it was harder for your rookies to make the team. And we saw during that time, actually, there was a lot of guys that made other rosters, went on and played somewhere else, couldn't make it here because the Seahawks were perennially going to the playoffs. So, but, maybe got away from, maybe pushing. You heard maybe Penny was pushed, maybe there was something else that they liked about him that they wouldn't like now. They would stick to their guns on it. LJ Collier, that kind of thing. maybe it was done just a little bit differently. And I like to think that they've gotten back into a groove of where they were in 2010, 11, 12.
Where do you think it started to go wrong? Was it Malik McDowell? Was it?
Yeah. I wonder, because remember the Frank Clark thing kind of caught them by surprise because they did their homework.
Yeah.
And, with Frank Clark, I don't want to go through all the details and everything, but I do know that the female prosecutor who had prosecuted, domestic violent cases, a ton of them said Frank Clark is not an abuser.
Right.
So they were like, okay, good. And then it kind of caught fire again, and that was something I thought maybe caught them by surprise. And then you mentioned the Malik McDowell thing. Maybe that's
Same
it.
with Kristen Michael, too.
Kristen Michael was interesting.
That didn't work out as well, and that was their first pick that year. He was in the second round, but I think I don't remember if they traded back into the second round or how that worked out. But that was the year that Gros and I said, well, the one thing we know is they won't take a running back, and they took a running back.
Because of Marshawn.
Yeah,
that was 2013, right?
Yeah.
Well,
is it 13?
I think
14.
so.
Yeah,
because that draft was bad for everybody.
Yeah, that was brutal. And I think eventually more than half of the players that were drafted in the top 10 that year made their way through here, whether it's Deion Jordan or Luke Jokel or it was just 13 was not a good year, especially up at the top. By the way, edge rusher out of Oregon Duck DJ Johnson, selected by the Carolina Panthers with pick number 80 here in the third round. So you got two more picks ahead of the Seahawks. You got the Titans on the clock right now, followed by the Bucks, and then the Seattle Seahawks at pick number 83. So that'll be coming up here shortly. But yeah, it's hard to tell where maybe they started to stray a bit, or maybe because their roster was so set, they felt like they could take some chances, or we can keep trading back and accumulating picks, and I don't know. Do you sense a change in approach, philosophy, Bump?
I mean, I think it's evident, right? Because we just talked about all the things that we're used to seeing with these guys, and we're just not seeing it. We're not seeing the trade backs. We're not seeing them drafting for need. We're seeing them draft for who they think is the best guy out there to go get. So, yeah, I think what year 14 this is, these two guys together, Pete and John.
Yep.
And I think they've learned a lot, and I think they're okay with going against the public grain. Right? Because internally, this isn't going against the grain for them. This is them doing exactly what they want to do. And you got to have, and I always reference this, what Dave Wyman says, some stones to go against what people expect you to do, and living by your philosophy.
Yeah. Take stones to do that.
I'm so proud, Bump. I'm being quoted there in that way.
Yeah, it's just interesting that they, last year they haven't done it. This year they have yet to do it in terms of movement. And maybe I thought, maybe it has to do with the number of picks. They had 10 picks coming in this year. The year they only had 3 picks. That was my one certainty is, John's not going to go through this whole draft with just 3 picks. He's going to turn that into 5, or he's going to move back and accumulate more. You want more cracks at it. They went with 3 picks. Now,
was that D and Stone?
It was D. Eskridge, it was Trey Brown, and it was Stone Forsythe. Yeah. So right now that is not a good draft.
Is that 2021?
Is that 21? Because Eskridge is in his
2020.
Yeah, it was 20.
Yep.
Yeah. And I was certain they were going to turn 3 picks into more. That just didn't seem very John Schneider-like to go 3 picks, no movement at all, and they stuck with it, and they only went with those 3 guys. And to this point, you've gotten very little out of all 3, so that hasn't ended up well. But yeah, they just they've kind of gotten away from that movement. Titans have made a pick here at 81, so we'll see who that is. Then you'll have the Bucks coming up after them, and then the Seattle Seahawks. And look at that old Oilers jacket. How you like that?
That's clean.
Have you? Well, you guys probably haven't seen it. Pearson up in his office, he has an old Houston Oiler helmet. Have you seen that?
No.
It's got the derrick on the side, the oil derrick, and it's in turquoise.
Those are cool.
Awesome.
Really?
Yeah, I love those old jerseys.
Earl Campbell days.
That stuff is good. Yeah, remember their home jerseys were that turquoise color?
Yeah, that's
playing in the Astrodome.
That's good stuff. Yeah, that's he hasn't allowed me to go anywhere near his office, so I haven't seen it.
I got called into his office.
Got called in to get a chewing out there. I don't know if Bump's been allowed up there either.
He pulled out a ruler at one point.
Told you to face the corner. Yeah. Stand in the corner, face the wall. But yeah, the the Oilers / Titans. That is very cool looking. I like those old school colors.
Yeah.
But they're making their pick right now. McCourty. Which McCourty? There are two McCourtys, right? There's
Devin and
Jason. Is it Jason? Yeah,
that's it.
Jason McCourty up there making the pick.
Once again, Lefko with the hand signal.
Well, it's one of his favorite.
Going on. It's military.
Yeah,
he's got a military-grade hand signal.
Well, and he's doing a lot of talking, this guy, and you know, let's get to it. Brevity is key.
He's telling the story of the Oilers and how they moved to Tennessee.
He's telling some story. I don't
how
know.
they attract weird fans. Lefko gesturing to me once again, the middle finger,
telling you you're number one. All right, McCourty, let's make the pick here because the Seahawks are waiting and the Bucks are waiting. They want to make their pick. But this is he's doing books on tape up there, for the love of God. All right, I think the pick is finally coming here. Tyjae Spears, running back out of Tulane. Dave is very upset with this pick. So
there you
he's
go,
headed to
Lefko.
the Tennessee Titans, and if he's no good, Lefko, you know who to look at. If he 5'9" and 5'8", 201 pounds, ran a 4.54 40-yard dash.
What do you like about him, Dave?
His creativity, his quickness, his toughness, and that's maybe hokey to use creativity, but I mean, just the split-second moves that he puts on guys to make them miss. I mean, that's a special talent, and I bet you if you asked him, he couldn't even tell you like how I set him up or anything. It's just like an instinct. Like his brain works really fast. Also, you know, I just like that they loved him at the pro workout at the senior day, and that's coached by professional coaches.
Yeah.
His work ethic, everything about him, yeah, and incredible production. I mean, if you go and look at his numbers, I mean, I think he led almost every game in rushing. So yeah, it's I mean both sides of the ball. So pretty impressive kid.
I like the compliment to Derrick Henry. Two totally different backs, right? Henry's gonna get up the A and the B and be physical, and then you throw him in there to mix it up a bit.
Yeah, but like throw a little screen to him, get him out in space. Yeah, that's a good pick.
Yeah, Bucks are making their pick right now. Cornerback Dexter Jackson, Super Bowl MVP, and no, I don't know what number that is, Dave.
Yeah.
There are a lot of X's and a couple of I's in there.
One of the really hard Super Bowl MVPs to remember.
Yeah, from the Cardinals, right? Did he play for the Cardinals for a while?
No. Dexter Jackson had, I think, 2 picks in that game.
Yeah.
The Super Bowl.
They go with edge rusher Yaya Diaby out of Louisville.
I like that.
And they're going to the Tampa Bay Bucks. Are you familiar with him?
I am not. I'm looking him up now. I'm familiar with the name. My daughter's name is Jada, and I call her Yaya. So there's my connection there.
Yeah.
How does Jada go to Yaya?
Because in Spanish, the J makes like the Y sound. So
you must be yoking.
Gotcha.
You must be yoking.
Yogging. We use yogging quite a bit.
It's a soft J.
Apparently, it just run.
This kid Yaya runs a 4.51. They love the way he gets out this stance, has a lateral burst, nice little quickness, effective setting blocks, uses a punch and pull technique to yank blockers off of balance. Sounds like a Dave Wyman type of guy.
I like that, man. You know, that's what I used to teach my kids. That's kind of like judo, right, Bob? Push when pulled, pull when pushed, right?
Yep.
I'm not making a joke about jiu-jitsu.
Well, you didn't say karate, so that's
Judo's is like that, and I used to get my guys that you punch them and then they try to recoil and come back. Or
well, the Seahawks have traded. Seahawks
no
have traded
way.
their pick to the Denver Broncos, doing business with the Broncos again.
Oh, we got to extend that the tweet.
So
there.
yeah, so that list that we had about the completion of I guess the Russell Wilson part of it is complete. You know, this is their pick right now. So the pick is in for Denver at number 83. So they are officially on the clock, and we'll see what the
Seahawks get.
Yeah, what they get in return. But we'll continue our coverage here, tell you who the Broncos select at 83 as we continue live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. It is Dave Wyman, Michael Bumpus, and Bob Stelton with you. Seattle Sports on 710.
You're listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You're listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You're listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You're listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You're listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You are listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You're listening to the 2023 NFL Draft. Hear reaction to every Seahawks pick on Seattle Sports and streaming live on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union.
linebacker room.
That's
So I
right.
feel at home.
You
But-
feel you could park it here and just be fine. You got a TV, you got that cafeteria right there, the bathroom around the corner. Dave is in heaven.
Well, I mean, seriously though. If you go back and look at, my favorite one is Pro Football Reference. If you just type in Seahawks all-time draft, Pro Football Reference, and go through and look at some of the late round draft choices, and this is very much as serious as first, second, third round is when you go into fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh. I mean, typically not a lot of seventh round draft choices. Chris Carson comes to mind. David Moore, I believe, was a seventh rounder.
Alex Magoo.
I wouldn't mention him. We're going positive, Bob. We're trying to build up these rounds.
Now, the fourth round, the fact they traded in the fourth round is a little worrisome because we've sort of chronicled some of the misses there. Mostly it's attached to wide receivers, but
it's not a thing, Bob. Once again,
fourth round is not a thing?
Not a thing.
Okay.
Fourth round receivers.
Is it just receivers that they've had? Because it was like Chris Harper, Chris Durham.
Our boy Turbo was a fourth rounder.
Okay. All right.
We gotta love Turbo. KJ Wright was a fourth rounder.
Okay. All right. I feel better then.
Yeah. So Walter Thurman, not bad. Was Walter Thurman out of Oregon?
Yep.
Chris Harper. Now this is what you're talking about. The fourth round wide receivers: Kevin Norwood.
Yep.
Chris Harper, both fourth rounders.
Cam was a fifth rounder. Cam Chancellor.
Cam, yeah.
But that wasn't Pete's draft, but he was a fifth rounder, yeah.
Was Durham a fourth rounder as well? Because he went on with the Lions, I think, and had a bit of success.
What do you mean Pete's draft? Yeah, he was drafted.
2010, was that Pete? Yeah,
Yeah, that was their first year, right?
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, so and then the next year you got Sherm and everything. So anyway, I mean how they approach this, boy, I look at 2013 and go, that wasn't a very good draft, guys. The whole NFL, it was just terrible.
It was not a good year.
Yeah,
not a good year period.
Pretty much.
13. I just love that if you look at that draft, that a majority of those top 10 in the 2013 draft at some point were a Seahawk.
Yeah. Yeah. One of them was Barkevious Mingo.
Barkevious Mingo.
It was a top 10 pick.
Deion Jordan, Luke Jokel.
Wow.
Yeah. It was
They all ended up back here.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, go back and even recently, and here's another guy we didn't talk about. He was hurt most of the year. Alton Robinson, who became a pretty good edge rusher. His rookie year, he had a really good rookie year, and then has kind of had some injury problems ever since. But not a bad player there, and he's somebody that we haven't talked about too much. He had 5 sacks his rookie year out of Syracuse, one of Lefko's favorite teams. But last year you got Kobe Bryant, Tariq Woolen, Tyreek Smith. I'm still waiting to see. I'm really excited about him. But Abraham Lucas was in the third round. So late rounds are really important. And when they move back, you think, well, what are they moving back for? They have a really good feel and a good idea of some of the players that they want. And like we said, I feel like they're going to get what they want because everybody has such a huge variance of what they think is a good player. And you mentioned like the Titans. I mean, what a great offset Derrick Henry, as you said, bump with Ty J. Spears. I mean, that kind of thing is going on. And who do we have picking here for the 49ers?
This is
Joe Staley.
He looks good.
Yeah, he looks like he lost weight from his days. Old lineman tackled Joe Staley. But he's making the 49ers traded up, by the way, into this spot. So they had 3 of the last 4 picks, so they traded up into the spot at number 87 to get a safety out of Penn State. How do you say that first name? Jair Brown out of Penn State is the pick for the San Francisco 49ers. As we continue through the third round, the Jacksonville Jaguars are on the clock with pick number 88. We'll keep you up to date on everything that's happening as we work our way toward the end of the third round here, live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Bob Stelton, Dave Wyman, Michael Bumpus with you. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
You're listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You're listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You're listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You're listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You're listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You are listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You're listening to the 2023 NFL Draft. Hear reaction to every Seahawks pick on Seattle Sports and streaming live on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union.
The third round continues in the 2023 NFL Draft. We are live at the Virginia Mason Athletics Center. Bob Stelton, Michael Bumpus, Dave Wyman with you, taking you through the third round. The most recent pick headed to the Jacksonville Jaguars, a running back out of Auburn named Tank Bigsby, headed to Jacksonville with pick number 88. Pick number 89 belonging to the Los Angeles Rams is in. In case you missed it, the Seahawks were scheduled to pick at number 83, and they have traded out. First trade they've made in the last two drafts. So they traded out of the third round with the Denver Broncos. They pick up pick number 108, which is in the fourth round, which will happen tomorrow. And they pick up a third-round pick in next year's draft in exchange for moving out of the third into the fourth with the Denver Broncos. So we await the Rams pick. I like the little nuggets of information they put up there for each team, like notorious players that have been picked at number 89 in the past, and Terrell Owens was one.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah. Just little. It's almost like baseball stats. How would you know that? Where would you look that up? Not nearly as minutia as some of the baseball stuff we get into, but yeah. So I guess Terrell Owens is a guy who was found at this point in the draft, and obviously he was a Hall of Famer, and we'll see what the Rams do here. But pick number 89 headed to the Los Angeles Rams. As we work our way toward the end, they'll be followed by the the Dallas Cowboys and Buffalo Bills, and a lot of action, a lot of trades happening in this one so far.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting that they are very convinced, they're very sure about what wasn't there, basically, right? There's nothing there that they wanted, and you're taking kind of a gamble because if there's somebody between that and, I'm sorry, what did you say? It was
108.
108. You know, you are taking a gamble that somebody comes along and scoops up the guy that you want, but you take a chance.
I mean, that's a lot of picks between 83, going from 83 to 108. That's a lot of those are a lot of players being taken in between those two. So does that just say they didn't have a true passion about anybody they had ranked in that area? I mean, there's a lot that happens there.
Yeah, that's exactly what that means.
Yeah, which is interesting because there's what, 25 picks between the two.
Yeah,
and
more in the third round. It's not like we're talking about the 6th round and moving down to the 7th. We're in the 3rd round here. So another defensive tackle off the board headed to the Rams. Kobe Turner, 6'2 and a quarter, 288 pounds, defensive tackle out of Wake Forest. So he is headed to the Los Angeles Rams. But that is a lot of gap between picks, where they were going to pick to where they are eventually going to pick. And just all of the players that'll be off the board at that point.
Yeah, and then, Dave pointed out, too, that they done some good work in the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th round. They just like they have a formula that works for them, and I think they're sticking to it. And that's where you find the diamonds in the rough, too. Like a lot of these teams, a lot of the guys who play for a long time come from the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th round. I don't know what it is. I don't know, is it these guys get money in that 1st, 2nd, and 3rd round and the motivation's gone? Who knows what it is, but for some reason, later on in the draft, you find guys who hang around, and these are the guys who are going to contribute on offense, defense, and special teams. Like, that's like the foundation of your team. There's only so many 1st-round picks on your team, but there's a lot of 4th round, 5th round, 6th round guys who are doing a bunch of the dirty work. So I think they weren't passionate about anybody who's left, and they said, you know what, let's try to get a couple more. And what you said, next year they get what from Denver?
3rd round.
A 3rd-round pick from Denver next year.
Do you guys have Bucky Brooks on your show? I think
we've had Bucky before, yeah.
Yeah, I think I remember one time hearing him talk about how good Schneider is about filling in the back end of his roster with like the late round picks. And, we're talking about guys that are, kind of like what Travis Homer was for a while. I mean, he was a good player. He's not a great player. You don't expect him to.
He was a role guy.
Yeah, I mean, he was running down on kickoffs. He's a punt guy. He could do all kinds of different things. And, it's kind of like a Dylan Moore type of utility player. You get those kinds of guys. I think Derek Young can be that guy. Who's picked, and he was their last pick last year in the 7th round. So those are the kind of players you get. But you can see that they're staying very disciplined right here, because like Stacy was saying, she asked me the question today that, since it's not the 1st round or the 2nd round, can they kind of push players a little bit, is basically what she was asking me, which means draft for need. And I don't think so. I think that's an indication right there. Why did they trade out of that? Well, there's nobody anywhere near where they have them going that they think is going to be picked.
Yeah. So, yeah, and you're seeing linebacker DeMarvion Overshown. It's an interesting name out of Texas. Linebacker out of Texas.
Overshown.
It's
spelled just like you would think.
Yeah.
Overshown.
Yeah. Spelled exactly the way you would think. But linebacker headed to the Dallas Cowboys. The Buffalo Bills with pick 91 have their pick in as well. But yeah, it's just
isn't that interesting? I mean, that they don't think anybody's gonna they're so clear on exactly what they want that they're willing to let 25 picks go. They're that convinced. And we talk about them locking down the war room or the draft room or whatever, and how all the secrecy. Our guy NASA said the 2nd level is like need to know only. 3rd level is media here. Downstairs is the players. 2nd level is the coaches and scouts. And it's like nobody's allowed in there. I mean, there's got to be some tight lips, and tight security. Because these are just as important. What do we got? Another.
He's a Canadian influencer,
Dave,
which means he does stuff online too that's probably hilarious and really cool, and all the cool kids know who he is.
I like my definition better.
Which is what?
Acts like a jackass on the internet.
He's making the pick for the Bills right now, trying to get the crowd fired up. Third round pick, number 91 overall for the Bills. Dorian Williams, linebacker out of Tulane, is the selection for the Buffalo Bills at number 91.
How about the Green Wave?
Get him out there, Tulane.
The Green Wave, yeah. Second player, maybe third that has been taken.
Was he on your? How's your list doing, by the way, Bump? You came in with a list broken down into different position groups and guys you liked. Is it?
I still got some guys left, but before we get there, let's talk about Dorian a little bit. No one really knows who he is. All right, he ran a 4.49. My guy is 6'1", 228. Some of his strengths. He was a team captain for 3 years. There's leadership. Plays with great instincts. Gets to blocks with proper knee bend. How you like that, Dave? Proper knee bend.
Really breaking it
like
down.
a guy with a good knee bend.
Wraps up tackler in the hole. I mean, you're just talking football at this point, baby. But then we talk about my list. There's still some guys left on this list. As it loads up, Dayon's gone. You still got Henry To'o from Alabama, who I really like over there at the LB spot. You got running back spot. You got Dwayne McBride. That's the guy at UAB that if someone picks up this kid late, that's going to be a nice special teams guy. You know, he reminds me of like a Travis Homer type of dude, a guy who's going to play on special teams and may be able to make some plays for you there. And then my guy, Siaki Ika from Baylor, still there. He's still waiting on us. Come on now.
What was the thing on the knee bend? What was it?
Oh, he has great knee bend.
Great knee bend when taking on blockers.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you think Bob? Do you think he has a pinkish hue? Only you would know that.
Yeah. If you ran your fingers through his hair, would you be able to get it through?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What? Oh,
the stump is completely confused right now.
It was Jerry Seinfeld and George Costanza describing a woman. He's asking questions.
Yeah, I'm trying to set
And
George up.
so just like sitting there going, well, does he have good knee bend when he takes on blockers, Mom? It's like, yes, he does.
Like if you wanted him to bend his knees well, he could. Yeah,
could do
he could
that.
do that. Yeah. That's a possibility.
Well, I was watching him. You know, he looks like he's one of those guys that's really athletic and everything. I would also say that he looks like a guy who's his eyes are going to be open a little bit to, you know, some of the techniques and things that they ask you. I remember a guy coming and working me out. He ended up being my linebacker coach in Denver, but when I was at Stanford, you know, he was a coach for the Kansas City Chiefs, and so he told me to take a drop. And I don't know if you experienced this, but it was like, you know, it was drop to like the hook to curl and 15 yards and react on the ball. And he's like, you're taking too many steps in your break. And I'm like, what do you mean? And he's like, because in college, I'm like, you know, I see the ball, I go get it. I don't know where my feet are going. He goes, no, I didn't need you to do it in one step. And I was like, oh, and it was really hard. You know, but then I got used to it, and it's those kind of little things that are the difference in the NFL. So, you know, like I said, in college, everything works for you. That's why you're getting drafted. Whatever you're doing is working. Mm-hmm. So there's very little coaching to, like, you know, if you're an All-American or you're all Pac-10 or whatever, you're not going to, you know, the coach isn't going to pick you apart. He's going to say, keep doing what you're doing. Get in the NFL, all of a sudden it gets a little bit more different, a little bit more difficult, more competition, and it's much harder.
Chiefs making their selection at pick number 92. They trade up to this spot in the third round, so we'll see who they pick here. But coming toward the end of the third round, we'll continue to keep you up to date on everything that's happening here with the picks. Seahawks, again, in case you missed it, have traded out of the third round with the Denver Broncos. As we sit right now, not scheduled to pick until 108 in the pick number 108 overall in the fourth round. They also pick up a third-round pick in the 2024 draft in exchange for allowing the Broncos to take that pick at 83. We'll come back, keep you up to date on everything happening in the 2023 NFL Draft live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. It's Michael Bumpus, Dave Wyman, Bob Stelton with you. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
You're listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Screaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You're listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You're listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You're listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You're listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You're listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. You're listening to the 2023 NFL Draft. Your reaction to every Seahawks pick on Seattle Sports and streaming live on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union.
Third round continues in the 2023 NFL Draft. We are live from the Virginia Mason Athletics Center. Dave Wyman, Bob Stelton, Michael Bumpus with you here. Seattle Sports on 710. We are up to pick number 93 overall, number 30 in the second round. The previous pick went to the Kansas City Chiefs. They had traded up to get Wanya Morris out of Oklahoma, a tackle out of Oklahoma, going to the Kansas City Chiefs at pick number 29 of the third round, number 92 overall. And again, in case you missed it, the Seahawks had pick number 83 in this round and traded out of it with the Denver Broncos. And they pick up pick number 108, which will be in the fourth round, and they pick up a third round pick in next year's draft in the 2024 draft. So here we sit waiting for the announcement of the Pittsburgh Steelers with pick number 93. They will be followed by the Cardinals, the Bengals, the Cardinals again, the Commanders, the Browns, the 49ers, the Raiders, the 49ers again, and then the Vikings, who traded with the 49ers earlier, will round it out with pick number 39 in the third round, number 102 as far as picks to this point. And the Steelers pick is being made right now, and we'll get to Michael Bumpus's list that is shrinking before our very eyes. But another tight end off the board, another player out of Georgia. Darnell Washington headed to the Pittsburgh Steelers.
I saw him in the early rounds, early second round as a mock. And Georgia, boy, I mean, you look over the last couple of years, what they have, 14 or 15 guys at the combine last year, and I'm not sure how many drafted, but it seems like, Alabama's always solid there, but seems like for a while there it was Clemson, LSU, like I mentioned, Wisconsin, Ohio State always, but man, Georgia, they are pumping out players right and left over the last couple of years.
Yeah, he's big, man. He's almost 6'7".
Man,
Yeah.
thick, sick. I'm sure the Georgia basketball team talked to him a couple times about playing some basketball for him. But this guy is big. He's going to be a mismatch in the red zone. You're going to throw out the football to him, especially down on the goal line. Those are one of those players where you just close your eyes and make a wish, and he'll grant it, because you put it anywhere near him, he's going to catch that rock for you.
I like that. He'll grant it. All right, the Cardinals pick is in. We'll get you that and everything else going on in the third round as we continue here from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Dave Wyman, Michael Bumpus, Bob Stelton with you. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
You're listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Streaming reaction to every Seahawks pick on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union.
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you. You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
You wish your life came with a warning app? Just a little heads up before something bad happens. So you can have more control. Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes like managing your weight, getting active, stopping smoking, and eating healthier, you can stop prediabetes before it leads to type 2 diabetes. It's easy to learn your risk. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Don't wait. You have the power to change the outcome. Visit doihaveprediabetes.org today. That's doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its prediabetes awareness partners.
I get it, slip it, cuff it, check it twice a day.
Get it, slip it, cuff it, check it in the morning and before dinner.
I get it, slip it, cuff it, check it, and share it with my doctor. Nearly 1 in 2 U.S. adults have high blood pressure. That's why it's important to self-monitor your blood pressure in 4 easy-to-remember steps. It starts with a monitor.
Now that I know my blood pressure numbers, I talked with my doctor. We're getting those numbers down. Get it, slip it, check it.
Be next to talk to your doctor about your blood pressure numbers. Get down with your blood pressure. Self-monitoring is power. Learn more at manageyourbp.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council, the American Heart Association, and the American Medical Association, in partnership with the Office of Minority Health and Health Resources and Services Administration.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
AIRO AM Seattle, AIRO FM HD2 Tacoma, home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Good evening and welcome to the NFL Draft.
This is Seattle Sports presentation of the NFL Draft. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union. Your reaction to every Seahawks pick, streaming on the Seattle Sports app.
Pick number 95 happening in the third round right now. Overall, number 95 headed to the Cincinnati Bengals. And The Seahawks, in case you're just tuning in, had pick number 83 scheduled to go, and they made a trade with the Denver Broncos, who picked at 83, went with a cornerback. Seahawks, meanwhile, move out of the third round and get pick number 108, which is in the fourth round, and a third-round pick in 2024 to move back with the Denver Broncos there. So we sit here at pick number 95. Again, the Bengals are on the clock as we get toward the end of the third round out here. Michael Wilson, a wide receiver out of Stanford, went previous to this, pick number 94, to the Arizona Cardinals. So the Stanford Cardinal finally represented, Dave.
Let's go, Stanford. You know,
I know
very
you
fired up about
you are
that.
you are the least of the people that champion their alma mater and wear the colors, wear the school, talk smack about the school. You don't really do any of that.
Well, I'll tell you what, I will talk very highly of the guys that I played with at Stanford. They were some of the best dudes ever. I had two of them up for the Giant game. They came into the studio, and yeah, so that, as far as that goes, I don't know. I feel that the football program is not well supported there. So,
Not.
yeah.
It really isn't. But Michael Wilson is a good football player, though.
Yeah.
I think you should be proud of him because he hung in there. The program isn't great, and I think he's going to be a good pro. He's 6'2". He's not fast. He's not going to run by you. He's more of a craftsman. He'll move you. Great routes. Good kid, too. Got a chance to talk to him. That's the thing, though, Dave. You might not like the football program, but when I interview Stanford dudes, you know they're Stanford dudes. You know, they're articulate. They're smart. They're thoughtful. I've interviewed almost every university in the Pac-12, and there are some dudes where when they sit down, it ain't gonna be good.
Yeah.
You're saying he hasn't gone to class very often.
No.
Yeah. And that's the thing. I always feel like that most guys that I played with and, that were not know-it-alls. And then Doug and Richard Sherman came here and blew that out of the water because, they knew everything.
Right.
I'm just joking. I'm joking. I love Doug. Doug is one of my favorites. You used the word thoughtful. I mean, that was like, I felt like most of the guys that I played with there, they had more questions than answers. That was what I feel like how they behaved mostly. And so, yeah, I'm very proud of him. And so, yeah, that's going to be interesting to watch him. I'm sorry. Who did he get drafted by?
The Cardinals.
The Cardinals. There goes that. Now he's screwed.
You can tell we're crawling to the finish line here, Dave.
Well, listen.
I'm sorry. What's your name again?
Oh God, you want me to pull up Bill Walton?
Bill Walton.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I posed that question earlier. Is Arizona going to become kind of the clown show, the known clown show in the NFL now that the Commanders have been sold? And
well, let's see what the Commanders do.
Been on the repair for a while.
Yeah, it's been the Texans for a while, but they made a couple of big moves here. Numbers 2 and 3. But
the other thing is, D'Amico Ryans. I don't know how much you've read about him. I read a really long article on him. This dude is like, he's one of those guys when he walks into the room, everybody knows, and his nickname is Cap, because everybody calls him Captain. He's just one of those, I can't remember if he was highly drafted or not, but he's one of those guys that, like, right from the get-go, he was a leader. That's Ron Rivera. And that's kind of how, the Washington franchise started to repair. They hired Ron Rivera. He is well-liked, everybody well-respected, everything. So maybe Houston, and they go and draft those two guys, C.J. Stroud, which I understand he's a fantastic leader, both him and Will Anderson. So maybe those guys repair, and then Arizona. I'm always happy to see somebody in the NFC West fail.
Yeah, as long as it's not the Hawks, let it be anybody else.
Yeah,
anybody else. The two picks prior to this, Washington Commanders have their pick in number 97 overall. You had Jordan Battle, safety out of Alabama, going to the Cincinnati Bengals with pick number 95. Number 96 belongs to the Detroit Lions, who took Broderick Martin out of Western Kentucky, a defensive tackle, going at number 96 overall, number 33 here in the second round. And again, Washington's pick is in. We'll continue to keep you updated on everything happening as the third round rolls on here. We continue live from the Virginia Mason Athletics Center. Bob Stelton, Dave Wyman, Michael Bumpus with you, Seattle Sports on 710.
This is Seattle Sports.
With the fifth pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, Seattle Seahawks select Devin Witherspoon, quarterback, Illinois.
It's the 2023 NFL Draft, and Seattle Sports has reaction to every Seahawks pick.
What did we celebrate in the heyday of the Seahawks so much that they were willing to zig when others would zag? You look at the physicality of this guy, like he wants to hit people.
Steve Potter, Seattle Sports.
The first stop for everything Seahawks.
In this market, you'll find Fisher Investments is different than other money managers.
Different how? Aren't we all just looking for the hottest stocks?
Nope. We use diversified strategies to position our clients' portfolios for their long-term goals.
You don't just provide cookie-cutter portfolios?
No. We tailor our clients' portfolios to their goals and needs.
But you still sell investments that generate high commissions for you, right?
No, we don't sell commission-based products. We're a fiduciary, the highest standard of care for a financial advisor. It means we're obligated to act in our client's best interest.
So when do you make more money? Only when your clients make more money?
Yep, we have one transparent management fee structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Sounds like you really look out for your clients.
We do, because our priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. That might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments in securities involve the risk of loss.
The Puget Sound Auto Theft Task Force reminds you to lock your doors, use anti-theft devices, take your keys, and never leave your vehicle running unattended. Do your part. Prevent the theft. Funded by the Washington Auto Theft Prevention Authority.
Chris Domine is a husband and a father. Chris is an athlete. Chris is even an Ironman. But 10 years ago, Chris was facing a very different story because his kidneys were failing.
Basically, the doctor said, if you don't get a kidney transplant and if you don't do dialysis, you are going to die.
Fortunately, Chris received a second chance at life, made possible by an organ donor.
You know, your well-being changes from loss of hope to better times ahead.
More than 100 million people in America are registered organ, eye, and tissue donors. People of every age and ethnicity, because they believe it's the right thing to do. Imagine what you can make possible by leaving behind the gift of life. Learn more and sign up as an organ, eye, and tissue donor. Go to organdonor.gov. A message from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Health Resources and Services Administration.
Playoff hockey has arrived. And it's gonna be epic. For the best ticket prices, visit Seattle's own EpicSeats.com. As the local source for Seattle sports, Epic Seats can get you in for less, with lower prices, less fees, and premium service. No one beats Epic Seats.
Lead generation is one of the most important aspects of any marketing campaign. Let us help you identify your target audience and market your products or services to them. Go to aimyourdigital.com today. aimyourdigital.com.
Wendy's $3 breakfast deal is a bacon or sausage egg croissant plus small seasoned potatoes for $3. It's the breakfast that don't miss. So if you did miss Wendy's breakfast, don't imagine fresh cracked eggs, sizzling sausage, crispy bacon, and block out those hot, buttery, flaky croissants. Croissants don't really make a sound, but if they did, for a breakfast that don't miss, Wendy's is that breakfast. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's $3 breakfast deal.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Select a request $3 breakfast deal to obtain discount. Not valid for a la carte combo orders.
You're listening to the 2023 NFL Draft. Hear reaction to every Seahawks pick on Seattle Sports and streaming live on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union.
Third round rolls on here as we continue live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Bob Stelton, Michael Bumpus, Dave Wyman with you, taking you through the entire thing. And just a moment ago, a sound of anguish coming out of the mouth of Michael Bumpus, who a player he's been talking about throughout the evening is off the board, headed to the Cleveland Browns. How do you say his name again?
Siaki Ika.
He's off the board.
He gone.
He's gone. He is gone. So Bump came in with a list of a bunch of different players that were still available for the Seahawks, and one by one, his list has gotten smaller and smaller and smaller. For those just joining us, just to recap, to start the day, Seahawks had the 6th overall pick in the second round, number 37 overall. They went with Derek Hall, an outside linebacker, edge rusher out of Auburn. Heard him speaking with the media earlier. Really likable, very impressed with him. So not a lot of conversation about him before the draft. Didn't see his name mocked really at all, but that's who they went with, Derek Hall out of Auburn. And then their next pick at number 53, they go running back, and this got Michael Bumpus very excited. Zach Charbonnet, running back out of UCLA. And again, a position that is of need because you've got two guys prior to this on the roster. You've got Ken Walker and you've got DJ Dallas, and that's it. So, and this is a guy you like a whole bunch.
Yeah, you need that one too. Imagine if the Hawks last year had Ken Walker and the Rashad Penny we saw the last 6-7 games, right? I think that's what the Seahawks are shooting for, and that's what they need. You always need that 1-2, and then you need a couple running backs on the side who will contribute, a DJ Dallas on special teams or whatnot. So for a lot of people, it doesn't make sense because you're looking at their needs on the offense and defensive line. But when you look at this pure talent and what the Hawks like to do, they like to run the football. You need two backs, and Charbonnet is a different kind of back than Ken Walker. Ken Walker's a bit faster, has big playability. Charbonnet is more of that power downhill runner, can make you miss as well, and does possess big playability. Derek Hall was the one that had people scratching their heads as well. You turn on the film, this guy is more powerful than quick. Not a lot off the line of scrimmage, but he plays with a lot of tempo, very long, can set an edge. Again, you look at that pick, you say, well, I thought they would go to the inside. I'm looking at these picks, Bob, and I'm like, all right, so what are these guys thinking? I think they're thinking that Jay Reed can scoot in a little bit and play interior. I think they're going to use Dre Jones in the interior a little more, and then play with some things. They still need at least one more guy in that defensive line, though, at least out of this draft. We'll see what they do after the draft. Still a lot more to do, but our job is to try to make sense of this. And then those are the two picks that we've had so far. That's the sense I make of those two picks.
Yeah, and then the positions, I mean, you got an edge rusher, an outside linebacker, and then you've got your running back. And actually, Derek Hall is listed as a linebacker/D lineman. But and then you got a corner and a wide receiver. So a little spreading it around there, not doubling up on any position. But I think it's really interesting that they are that sure that they moved back with Denver and got what did they get, another 4th rounder?
Yeah, that's the other part of this, bringing people up to speed. They had pick number 83, which was in the 3rd round, and they traded with the Denver Broncos, traded out of the 3rd round, so they get pick number 108, which is in the 4th round, and they pick up a 3rd round pick next year in 2024. So they trade completely out of the 3rd round. Broncos take their pick at number 83, and there you go.
Yeah, and so I think that's very interesting. We had talked to Schneider about this, that he would prefer to like speed pick these things. So he's very sure about that nothing that they want is going to get selected. Or maybe he's sitting there crossing his fingers. I don't know, but they probably, I mean, I think that there's a lot of variance when it gets down to these rounds, a lot of difference between how everybody thinks about players. And then that's also a reason why you keep everything locked down, that you don't let anybody know that you are going to, take somebody, you're interested in somebody. Derek Hall, I think, is interesting just because he's kind of the same size as every outside linebacker in a 3-4. He's 6'3", 250 pounds. That's kind of like Uchenna Nwosu. It's kind of like Darrell Taylor, that Boye Mafe, and he's that kind of player and pretty good production. It was kind of a surprise. There weren't a lot of people that had him on mock drafts at all. Derek Hall.
I don't remember seeing his name on many of the mock drafts. I was at least not this early.
But pretty good, production over the last couple of years. Actually, the last 3 years, he's had 19.5 sacks. He played a little bit his freshman year, 29.5 tackles for loss. So, yeah, and he's quick. He'll hit you. We'll see what as far as you get in the NFL, I think you start to sort of polish and fine-tune your pass rush moves, and so, but everybody's different. It's funny. You look at, like I was talking about this earlier, Uchenna Nwosu, he doesn't really have anything flashy, like a swim move or anything. He just kind of just fights. He's a like a wrestler almost. He'll engage you and just find a way to get around you, but nothing fancy. You don't see spin moves or anything like that. Whereas Darrell Taylor is kind of like fantastic to watch. Like he's got some incredible moves, and he's starting to keep it really tight. We'll see what kind of rusher this guy is, but he's going to definitely be out there working with Coach Hurt and the D line, trying to fine tune his repertoire of pass rush moves.
Dave, you ever play against or with a guy who's not very fluid, but he's just powerful? Everything he does is powerful. Even if he does add some hand movement to his game, it's just a powerful hand movement. Then you have those athletes that just make everything look nice and silky. When I look at Derek, it's like it's all power. Like you can tighten his technique up, and I'm sure he's going to get better, but everything he does is going to be extremely violent. And I look at the defense, and I go, okay, that works with this defense. You want to be violent.
Yeah. Well, what comes to mind? You asked the question. Simon Fletcher was the fluid guy. He got a lot of sacks in Denver, and
was he the cigarette smoker?
Yeah, he was the cigarette smoker. And him and I used to call me Davo for whatever reason, and we would go over and run 100s after practice because he didn't like getting tired on the field, and I didn't either. And even though he smoked a pack a day, he would, after like 10 hundreds, he'd just be standing there breathing through his nose. I'm like, how do you do that, man? But
pack a day.
Incredible. And then the powerful guy, Carl Mecklenburg, who probably couldn't bench 250 pounds in the weight room, but he would just destroy people on the field. And he was just incredibly powerful. So, yeah, that's what I like about football is there's all kinds of different ways to get things done, and then all kinds of different athletes.
Right.
You have these little guys that are quick and can beat you and make you look foolish, and then you got these big, huge, strong guys. And yeah, we'll see what Derek Hall is all about. But I'm pretty excited to kind of get to know this guy, see what he's all about.
Most recent pick is wide receiver out of Cincinnati, Trey Tucker, going to the Las Vegas Raiders. So wide receiver there. The 49ers pick is in. They've got pick number 38, number 101 overall. And to round things out for the third round, the final pick of the day will be the Minnesota Vikings, barring a trade, at number 102 overall, number 39 in this round. And it is interesting to think the Seahawks traded back 20, they went from 83 to 108, so 25 spots. 25 players taken there. And I'm sure there are a lot of those players they looked at and said, yeah, we'd love that guy. We just don't think he's worthy of being picked that high, or we can't, the price tag associated with it, he's just not that high on our board.
I guess you're hoping that nobody's thinking like you are, right?
Yeah.
You hope that they're thinking totally different. I don't know how much research they do of thinking, okay, well, these guys need this, so they'll probably take him. I mean, that'd be a lot of work to put in. Maybe they have somebody doing that, but it's an interesting move, and I think it sort of solidifies the fact that the Seahawks know exactly who they want, and they're pretty sure. And you know what? If you're John Schneider and you're going, this is my 30th draft overall in the NFL and 14th as a GM, I think I got this down pretty well. I guess I trust him.
I've got an idea of what's happening here. Latest pick headed to the 49ers is a tight end out of Alabama, Cameron Latou. I think is how you say his last name. So he is headed to the San Francisco 49ers, and the final pick of the third round is in with the Minnesota Vikings. So we might as well catch this final one here before we take a quick break, see what the last pick of the evening is going to be. They did not trade out of this spot. They did trade with the 49ers. This was 49ers originally had 3 of the final 4 picks in this round, numbers 36, 38, and 39. But 39, there's Robert Smith, former running back of the Minnesota Vikings, making the pick for Minnesota here. So there's a strong contingent of Viking fans still out there.
I was going to say, that's a weird thing that he came out doing there, clapping his hands. I'm like, oh, wait, that's the skull thing.
Yep.
That's what they do there at the stadium.
I see my man join the Bald Man's Club. Welcome.
Did he? Is there a little something on top or no? He's
very exclusive club.
It is.
It's hard to get into.
These are neat things, Dave.
It's hard to get it. Some guys just don't look like they belong, though. They have misshapen skulls and whatnot. But, yeah, he looks good. Robert Smith, a heck of a running back. Ohio State guy. Ohio State producing a nice running back there. But as long as he didn't play quarterback, his future was pretty certain in the NFL. So we'll see what the pick is here once he stops yapping at the crowd and makes the final pick of the third round, which will go to the Minnesota Vikings, number 102 overall, third round, fourth round starting tomorrow. Again, Seahawks with pick number 108 coming from the Broncos will be there. And they go with a cornerback, Mekhi Blackmon, out of USC. So another Pac-12 player, of which there have been very few so far, Bob. So
yeah. At one point, USC had one of the best secondaries in the country, man. You know they want to throw the football in the Pac-12, and they were pretty locked down over there. I like Mekhi. He's not a very big type of cornerback, but he's very sticky, comfortable with the ball in the air. You can tell he probably played some receiver in high school. I can always tell when a corner isn't comfortable with the ball in the air because they start looking, those arms just start looking like they're swimming. You know, they lose their composure. When they can keep them tight and track the football, they're good. And not just trying to bat the ball away. He's really tried to make plays on the ball like this kid.
Yeah, so there you go. The final pick of the third round, cornerback out of USC, headed to Minnesota. Mekhi Blackmon will come back, put a wrap on the whole thing. Hear from Pete and John. They'll address the media here shortly as well as we come to you live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
This is Seattle Sports.
Some patients can lose 20 to 30 pounds in about a month or two. That's a half a pound to a pound per day. And you can start our program in person in Kirkland or virtually from anywhere you live. For your free private weight loss consultation, call 425-588-0080 or online at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. That's eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here, and yeah, my clothes were not fitting well. My weight was getting up there, the highest I had been in my adult life. Thankfully, this program has been fantastic. I've dropped 16 pounds in just the first 9 days, and I've done that while loving the food, loving the recipes, and I haven't been hungry or hangry at all. This program really does work. Find out the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. No exercise required, no counting points, and no prepackaged meals. Schedule your free consultation by calling 425-588-0080 or online at eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Heritage Mechanical and Auto Repair reminds parents to talk with your teenage drivers about the dangers of distracted driving and texting behind the wheel. Make a family agreement to never drive under the influence of alcohol or drugs, or ride with a driver who is. Always designate a sober driver, use a rideshare, or call a parent for a safe ride home. Best wishes to the class of 2023 from the entire team at Heritage Mechanical and Auto Repair. Family owned and proudly serving you for 25 years, now in our new location on Suquamish Way Northeast.
Chris Domine is a husband and a father. Chris is an athlete. Chris is even an Iron Man. But 10 years ago, Chris was facing a very different story because his kidneys were failing.
Basically, the doctor said, if you don't get a kidney transplant and if you don't do dialysis, you are going to die.
Fortunately, Chris received a second chance at life, made possible by an organ donor.
You know, your well-being changes from loss of hope to better times ahead.
More than 100 million people in America are registered organ, eye, and tissue donors. People of every age and ethnicity, because they believe it's the right thing to do. Imagine what you can make possible by leaving behind the gift of life. Learn more and sign up as an organ, eye, and tissue donor. Go to organdonor.gov. A message from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Health Resources and Services Administration.
The next generation of Mariners baseball is here. And these guys are a whole lot of fun. Every night at T-Mobile Park, we got flamethrowers. We got moonshots. We got nastiness.
Two-seamer with wicked movement by George Kirby.
And if you're looking for clutch, yeah, we got that too. Seattle, the future is now. Mariners baseball. See us rise.
The Mariners return home Friday, May 5th for 6 games against the Astros and Rangers. It's your chance to see the on-field debut of the Mariners Nike City Connect uniforms on Friday the 5th. Plus, there are 3 value games, the 8th to the 10th. Get your tickets at mariners.com and your City Connect gear at the Mariners team stores.
Hey guys, Matt Coker here from West Coast Men's Health to let you know that you don't have to take Viagra for the rest of your life. Acoustic wave therapy has changed the game. Trust me, I've seen guys come in who have completely given up, only to see them back in the game after going through our treatment program. So call West Coast Men's Health today.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
You're listening to the 2023 NFL Draft. Hear reaction to every Seahawks pick on Seattle Sports and streaming live on the Seattle Sports app. Draft coverage is presented by Kitsap Credit Union.
We are live at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center here. Dave Wyman, Bob Stelton, Michael Bumpus with you as the proceedings are done for the night. We've gotten through rounds 2 and 3 today. Seahawks making 2 picks. They traded away their 3rd-round pick to the Denver Broncos, which was pick number 83 overall. So they will get back to it rounds 4 through 7 coming up tomorrow. Seattle with picks number 108 and 123 in the 4th round. So we'll see what they get done there. But their first move they've made in a couple of drafts. So we were sort of, talking about, wow, they've just kind of changed how they approach things, and they didn't make a single trade last year. Everybody stayed where they were and made their picks, and to this point, up until the 3rd round, they had done the same thing, and they finally made a move.
Well, and we talked about this earlier, and just to kind of recap some of the numbers of where guys were selected. Tariq Woolen, number 153. That was the 5th round. And then if you go back and look in time, guys like KJ Wright in the 4th round. Alton Robinson. Looking at Phil Haynes, actually, was a 4th rounder. He's a guy that they just signed. And, especially if you go back into like 2012, 11, 10, that's where you get KJ Wright, Richard Sherman, David Moore and Chris Carson were both really good players for the Seahawks. 7th rounders. So yeah, there's lots to come here, and so Seahawks with the trade back feel very confident that they're going to come after the right players and be able to get them.
So bump through 3 rounds. How you feeling about what they've done to this point?
3 rounds. I feel like they addressed some positions, but not the ones everyone expected, right? I feel like they got the best corner in the draft, which is something to be said. Even if you don't like the pick, I think they got the best corner in the draft. Then you go to receiver. I think they got the best receiver in the draft. Even if you think they didn't need another receiver, they got the best receiver in the draft. And then as you get deeper into this thing, you're looking at, okay, why are they making these picks? All right, you got Hall over there. I think they're trying to make this defense even faster than it already is. With Devin Bush, I just remember Devin Bush ran like a 4.4 or something like that, and that the perimeter is set. So overall, with this draft, it's not what I expected. It's not what I feel like the majority of people expected, but I think it's not bad. It's not a horrible draft. I am trusting Pete and John, and I'm looking at the position that they did address and saying they made that group a lot better than it already was.
By the way, you mentioned Devin Bush. I think it's going to be a good opportunity. Talk to some people in Pittsburgh, and they overdrafted him, they felt. Mm-hmm. And
was he 10?
Yeah, number 10, and he was projected to go 1st round, but he I think there was a lot of pressure, and a lot of it was because of that 4.40 that he ran. Mm-hmm. So he's got a chance to sort of reset here. So just, you mentioned that. I think there are teams that have kind of fallen for that thing. You were talking about Smith in Jigba. Was he the first receiver taken?
Yep.
He had 347 yards in the Rose Bowl.
And 3 touchdowns, right?
Yeah, and 3 touchdowns. I mean, like, I heard that stat today. I'm like, no. I don't think I've ever heard of anybody having close to 350 yards of receiving in a single game. My gosh. So, I mean, that guy's going to go right to work, and I think he's going to have a ripple effect on the offense, because if you put him out there in 11 personnel where there's 3 wide receivers, who are you going to cover? And if he can start to really come along, and then, it maybe takes away a little bit of the pressure from Will Dissly and his injury, because that's pretty worrisome. And Will's a really good pass catching tight end. So, that was a really, really good move there. And then, like you said, you addressed your defensive side with the corner. I got to say, the biggest mystery is the Auburn linebacker. I mean, that guy, nobody had them in their mock draft. So that one was kind of interesting. But they did address 4 different needs. Zach Charbonnet, the running back. So you got edge rusher, running back, corner, and receiver.
If there's a pick out of these 4 guys who has the most pressure, it's automatically Derek Hall, because no one really had him on his radar. So that's the pick where people are like, well, people can say what's going on with all four of these picks, right? Because no one expected this. But you look at him, and they saw something special in him. They saw something that fits for what they want to do. So I look at him, and I go, I hope he has a lot going on.
We got Pete and John speaking right now. Let's hear what they have to say.
You guys at it? Yeah, so great day. We drafted 2 grown men today, huge competitors, excellent human beings, alpha dog guys, leaders. Derek and Charbonnet are just really, really impressive people. You guys are gonna find them both really impressive. Pass rush, attitude with Derek, motor, hustle, Charbonnet, just, toughness, effort, maturity with both these guys. I mean, it's just, it's really exciting to add the toughness to this group.
Deciding
I'm sorry. So with that,
and then trading and getting, I guess.
Yeah, we had a goal going into this thing, to try to get into next year a little bit, next year's draft. Throughout the process, we had a couple upsets in there, meaning that we had some guys go, right? That we were interested in. Happens, especially early in the draft. So we felt real blessed to be able to get into a deal with Denver and acquire that 3rd round pick.
Is that just about you projecting the strength of next year's draft? Is that why you wanted to do that?
Yeah, next year's class is supposed to be really good. Yeah.
What do you like about
not
Zach?
slighting this year's class? Just saying,
Sure.
Yeah, there's a common theme. I think everybody knows it.
Yeah. What do you like about Zach as a runner?
Wow, contact balance, toughness, hands, vision, versatility. I mean, he runs a little for a guy that runs a little bit upright. I mean, he's got some serious contact balance, and can extend his burst and get downfield. And I mean, he's a tough, rugged dude that he wears people out.
You've been talking for years about a 1-2 running back. What at him?
Yeah,
Really, Zach is legitimately that. He's going to be right in there with Ken, and it's going to take both guys to get the workload, and helps with DJ. And I really like the versatility, like you talked about here, because he can block and catch the ball in the backfield. He's good on the screen game. He makes big plays. He's been the workhorse, and so I think he'll be a great compliment to Kenny. So I got Ken on the phone just to talk to him about that, how much we see fitting together. So pretty excited about this one.
Derek had 24 tackles for loss the last 2 years. What have you seen from him as a run defender, where he fits in the scheme you guys run?
It's stout penetrator. He really gets off the right. It's really fast. Again, we added another fast guy to play on the edge that'll show up. In particular, if you've seen the highlights of his pass rush and how he digs into guys, speed and power is really his strength, and he pursues the ball really well. He chases it. But probably the why that happens and why you're getting those numbers is because of the motor that he brings. He's really a constant. He brings it with great energy. Played a ton of plays. I think he played 80-something% of the time last year. So he's a tough-minded kid as well. And he'll really be a help for us on teams because he fits right into all of the core areas. He'll be a big guy for us and all that stuff. So
really impressive pro day.
Yeah, terrific.
Yeah. Some of his deficiencies, he really his game fall. He really showed well to compensate for some of those things in his pro day that we say, wow, this guy is really impressive.
What do you like about the person there?
Overcoming obstacles, man. He's leader, the alpha dog on that team. I'm sure he's told you guys a story, sorry.
The coaches love him. What he brings and what he stands for, leadership, toughness, all of the things that we love at.
On that note, we interview these guys. We try and interview their coaches. We're digging into the type of people they are. They come across as not just good character, but just rare, like extraordinary character guys. You guys pass on a defensive lineman, a really talented defensive lineman, ostensibly for maybe maturity issues. After these few years now, can we now comment on how the Malik McDowell situation may have caused you guys to have conversations and refocus? Is that something that we can infer, or or where are you on that, Pete?
Well, I mean, I think, not mentioning names in particular, but every single draft, you learn lessons about what works and doesn't work. And, I say draft, that's any acquisition, anybody we bring to this building. And look, there's no secret. When we finished the season last year, we said we wanted to, add some toughness and some juice to this football team. We feel like we've really done it.
Yeah, I would just say about that we've learned stuff all the time. There's one lesson that we're trying to make up for something that happened before. That's not that. We really have, and I think you've seen us over the years, continue to dig to find the right people, the right guys that really stand for what we want them to stand for. So when we ask them to do this crazy stuff, we ask them to play so hard and consistently keep coming back year after year. You got guys that really mean something to them. I mean, our locker room right now, you guys have heard me talk about this team in particular last year, and the togetherness, and the willingness to go the extra step and the extra make the sacrifice for the guy next to him and all that. That's a big deal. And there's a very subjective kind of, loose kind of area in there that you can close in on a team that can be a positive factor. That's the connectedness and the together that they feel and that bond. And when you have great people that really care and it really means something to them and they got a freaking chip on their shoulder that they're going to prove who they are, you're going to get everything they got more so. And they're going to help a guy who might not be of that makeup as much. And that's how you build the team. And so I think last year's class was a great indication of great people, man. These guys really on it, and they're going to tap out in the next couple of years as really big time contributors. And I think you can see these four guys we just picked. Well, you've already seen them. You can tell they're the real deal, and we're so happy to bring them to our locker room, to our guys. Because our guys that are here will feel that, and they'll understand it. They'll know why they're on this team and why we chose them. And it's another way to add to all that it takes to put together a championship club. And so we're really fired up about it.
But 2 years ago, or 2 Marches ago, when you made that trade with Denver and acquired all that capital, I think a lot of people assumed at some point in the next 10 rounds of the draft, you would acquire a quarterback. I think this is probably more of a testament to Gino than anything. But does that surprise you looking back on it now that never happened?
You couldn't give that to me. The goal every year is to draft quarterback. It really has been, honestly, and it hasn't happened. You can't just force it, especially that position. It's the most unique position in the game, and so we feel like Gino and Drew, we have two really good quarterbacks, right? There's still several good quarterbacks. We had 6 picks tomorrow. There's still several good quarterbacks available. If we're able to line somebody up and it works, great. But we're not gonna panic and push just to do it. That's when you can make huge mistakes.
Would the same logic apply to why you guys haven't done anything on the interior of your defensive line? Yeah.
Yes, exactly. And like I said, we had some upsets today, and it happens. So it's like, all right.
It's not like we're not aware of it. Yeah, we're watching. We're looking. We'd like to. Yeah, we've made an effort in free agency. We were right out of the chutes to go get a couple guys that we could really count on, and we're not done. It's not done. None of it's done. We have just got a lot of work to do. We get 6 big shots tomorrow too, so we're still at it.
John, is there, you mentioned a couple times just the upsets, things have happened. Is this different at all this year, or is this just normal for a few days of the draft? How things have fallen?
No, this one is probably the most random that we've had so far in our 13 or 14 drafts since we've been here. We've had guys come off the medical board already. We've had guys come off the free agent board already, and we're only in the third round. This is very random.
My favorite picture about the draft capital from the trade last year. Just when you look at those, 8, 9 guys, what have you acquired in terms of talent, culture fits, and flexibility?
Wow. How much time we got, brother?
Oh, that's a good question.
Yeah. No, I mean, every player every aspect of that trade has specific value, and being able to get Drew back was great. We had a casualty call with Shelby. Noah's a solid Noah could do last year, and I think these guys perform real well, and they give him pleased good performance as well.
It's having an impact on our program. No doubt, it was a big change for us, and but it's really felt positive. So like we're getting stronger. Our the way we're looking to the future, this last draft, elevating. We got a good feeling about what's going on, and we're excited about it. And then to come back, here it goes this draft. What do we do with it? 4 guys that are going to play for us. They're going to be big factors on this team and help us, win a bunch of games. It feels good now. It feels like we're making progress. We'll see how far we can stretch the impact of it all.
John, we've seen some teams pick up some 5th-year options on 2020 guys. Where are you at with doing that with Jordan?
Yeah, we have till May 2nd to make that decision. And we have a decision.
How's his recovery?
Carrots? Carrots.
Yes, Dave. It's the name of the brand.
You didn't know that? There's some guy popping up on the TV today, like some guy announcing one of the picks. I'm like, I can't believe it. They flashed his name real quick. I'm like, oh, Peter, I can't believe you didn't know who that was, man. He's a influencer, yeah.
Do you find that Derek Hall had a certain tweener quality to him, or do you have a real set idea about how you?
No, he's an outside backer. Really, he's an outside backer in the nickel stuff with the outside rusher. There's no question for us. He and Maffei are very similar. They both run 4.5s. They're both 250 or 60s. Right in there. And they're both really aggressive attacking guys. So we think that I think you see us fitting the mold. And Chenna is 260s and right there too. So that's kind of the guys we're looking for.
He's got some really cool inside rushes too.
Yeah.
He's got some length and heaviness about him.
With those guys you mentioned, and Daryl.
Yeah, Matt, if you guys haven't seen Daryl. Daryl's come back so strong and solid that it's really exciting as we've seen him just in phase 1 here, working out with the training staff. We're expecting big things from this group. It's a good group. They were very productive last year, but I think we're just scratching the surface. I think Daryl can have a huge year, and Chen is really excited about adding to what he did. He had his best season ever, and we don't see any reason why that should fall off. And then having the chance to put Derek in that rotation, because we want to rotate these guys. We want these guys to play fresh and fast, and that's just, it looks like it's taking really good shape.
Was there a plan for Daryl to bulk up? You guys want to get there?
Just keep growing and just maturing. I think he is the most focused he's been in this offseason. He's always been a really good worker. He looks like he's the most fun. It's been great spirits going through the program so far. So I know he's really got his sights set on a big year.
Where's Tyreek Smith then?
We'll see. We don't know. We don't know yet. Really, we gotta wait and see. He has not had a chance to do much of anything for us at this point. Although he's back now, he's in the program and going. So this will be like his freshman year. I'm sorry, his rookie season again. So,
what about he practiced? He was impressive.
What about Alvin Robinson?
Injury.
Yeah. He's mended. He's still working at it. And still a little slimmer right now and building back up. But he is working with us.
Peter, Zach's versatility enhance your flexibility again.
Yes. Yeah, it does. He can be a third down back for us. And Kenny can do it too, So it's just there'll be a rotation there as well. And we'll see, we'll get to see how that kind of plays its way out. Like, is there a strength that we should stay with Zach and he should get more of that time, or Kenny should? We'll wait and see. But the versatility is awesome. It's now that we're not restricted at all with these guys. And we know that DJ does a nice job of helping us too. DJ had a very productive season last year, so the group is shaping up really nicely.
Did you guys know last couple of years that you wanted to take running backs early, second round, like going in, or both these guys are just kind of unique and you kind of had to have them and help them?
We just, the importance of running the ball is, and then no, we didn't really get to this point. He goes for a specific way. It's just so happened that I was very surprised it lasted that long, Zach, because of how quickly the two guys went yesterday. So we started this morning. We knew we wanted to take Derek and then Zach. And we kind of blew Zach off a little bit because we figured he'd be out.
How you feel about your inside linebacker room entering day 3?
Yeah, I think it's an exciting room when Jordan gets back out there with the fellas. Devin is an exciting football player. Runs really well, versatile, all over the place. Sideline to sideline guy. We got Bobby in the building, so feels good, stature wise, leadership wise, and production. He had a terrific season last year. So in our younger guys, got to get Johnny Radigan back. Johnny's really back to full speed, bigger than he's ever been. We're anxious to see him, and then Levi. Yeah, Levi Jones he's at 10 pounds heavier, and he's ready to go and have much more, connected to the position. It's a little bit of transition for him, so it's a very good group. And so we'll get a lot of play out of that. We'll get a lot of special teams out of there.
How much does Miles Adams' improvement last year play into where things stand right now?
It's really important to us. He's one of the guys that's been around, and that has played with us, played in games, and made plays happen. And so he'll be in the mix, for sure. You can see with our numbers right now, it's gonna be a little different than what it looks like right now. It's gonna continue to grow. So but Miles is in it, and he showed versatility.
Is Monet back with you guys right now, or what's?
He's here. He's here working out, and he's working on his weight. Weight's in pretty good shape right now for this time of year. We're pleased. His mom was here most of the off season, and when she went back home, that's going to help him a little bit because mom cooks really well for him. That's going to help us. But he's on the mend, and he's very diligent about his work.
Vi Jones he's not doing both now.
He's done. Yeah, he'll still have that flexibility. Yeah.
Anything else?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There you go. There's Pete and John meeting with the media to put a wrap on what they've done so far through the draft. And, most of the conversation directed toward the 4 players they've taken to this point. In case you tuned out, you were on vacation, you just showed up into town, not sure what they did. They took 2 players in the first round. They went with Devin Witherspoon with the 5th overall pick, cornerback out of Illinois. Their second pick, 20 overall in the first round, Jackson Smith-Njigba, wide receiver out of Ohio State. And then today they make 2 picks in the second round. Derek Hall, an outside linebacker, edge rusher out of Auburn, with the 6th pick in the second round. And then the second pick of theirs in the second round goes to running back Zach Charbonnet out of UCLA. And then they had a 3rd-round pick, which was number 83 overall, that they traded to the Denver Broncos. So no 3rd-round pick this year. They've got 2 4th-round picks now, one courtesy of the Denver Broncos in that trade. They also pick up a 3rd-rounder in 2024 for moving out of the 3rd round. So tomorrow they've got 2 4th rounds, 2 5ths, a 6th, and a 7th.
Did you guys hear the part about the shock that they were very surprised? Mm-hmm. Very, very random is what he said.
Mm-hmm.
So they had some things that happened that were a bummer.
Yeah.
Will Levis jacked it all up for him, huh?
You think Will Levis was the one?
No, I'm just talking stuff.
Everybody's
going
gonna,
early either. So.
Yeah, everybody's going to speculate now.
Yeah,
ooh, I wonder who it was that got them all twisted. So,
Yeah,
it's that's got to be really tough. I mean, you get a player and you're confident that you can get him there, and then you're like, damn it, somebody thinks like me.
Yep. Well, we'll see what they do tomorrow. Rounds 4 through 7 tomorrow. Seattle Sports is the home of the Seahawks and the home of the 2023 NFL Draft. You can join us tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. And by us, I mean Stacey Rost and Mike Salk. They'll react to the Seahawks' 5 picks in the first 3 rounds. So they'll take 4 picks in the first 3 rounds is what it ended up being as they traded away their final pick in the 3rd round. And they'll cover the 6 remaining coming up tomorrow. Right here, Seattle Sports on 710. Our thanks to Taylor Jacobs, to Brenna, of course, doing a bang-up job back there, or Mama Bear, as Dave has been calling her, Mike Lefko, Dave Wyman, Michael Bumpus, Bob Stelton with you. Have a great night, everybody. We'll talk to you on Monday with Wyman and Bob, but you've got the rest of the draft coming up tomorrow starting at 8 a.m. with Stacey Ross and Mike Salk, so don't miss any of that happening right here. Have a great night, everybody.
Chris Domine is a husband and a father. Chris is an athlete.